Hello everybody and welcome to the European League 2025 by Unity Clash. I am Spartan Tano, I'm your host, and I'm joined here today by the incredible Lobo. How are you doing, buddy?
Buddy, no matter what time we ever get to cast with each other, it doesn't matter when. It's always at 2 o'clock in the morning, and somehow, some way, by fortune or whatever you have it, I am here. I'm awake, and I'm so excited to be part of the Unity Clash League. Dude, I've been seeing things about this on Twitter. I've been talking to you. I've been talking to Shivam. I'm so excited to be here and see what kind of Pokemon Unite that we get to do, because it's been a hot minute since you and I have been behind the caster's desk, and I'm ready, so ready to start cooking up some wonderful casts. Tell me about it, buddy. Tell me.
I'm so hyped to have you here, buddy. Yeah, so we're going to tell everybody at the start of each stream just a little bit about the European League. It features 14 teams who qualified through an open qualifier where 21 teams participated. This is a 4-month-long event. We will go through 12 weeks of regular season. By the way, we're on week 6, so we're now halfway through it. Crazy. And then it's all done with by a round robin, and then we will have some playoffs where only the top 12 teams will play in a group stage and 8 will play in a double elimination bracket. But Lobo, there's more, because the top 6 teams will then qualify for the EUL Masters.
Oh, brother, that's like a sprinkle on top. You gave me all the good ingredients. You started cooking it in the oven, and just when that lovely bit of creme de la creme comes out of that oven, you add EUL Masters on top of that. That's so exciting, especially seeing some of these teams. And you guys have informed me behind the stage that, you know, I would recognize some of these teams, some of these players more, like some of the team names do make sense to me. So I'm really excited to see it, and especially with Worlds just around the corner, players getting experience any which way they can. I'm so excited because we've got new Pokemon in the fray, new patchworks to see how it's going to affect the competitive scene. So I'm really excited to see what's been going on, because I've had a look at some of the standings. I've had a look at some of the results over the past 6 weeks. It's crazy that we're halfway through already. But mate, when Unite is fun, Unite is fun. So I'm ready to get started. I think we're going to have a look at something, but I'll let you tell them what we're going to look at next.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we need to have a look at the standings, mate. We need to know where our teams currently are after last week's action coming into this. So here we go. Of course, Ultimate, no surprises to anyone that's been following along. Completely uncontested. The undefeatable champions so far. 6-0 on the record with a plus 12 points, Lobo, meaning they've not dropped a single game in this league so far. And then as we have a nosy at the rest of it, mate, very, very close on this left-hand side. 2nd place all the way down to 4th place. 4-1 record with just one team, like one game win between those 3 teams. It gets even closer at 5th all the way through to 7th, mate. They are all on 3-2 with plus 2 points. So, you know, Mia Familia, the Victory Road, and Crash Out Gaming are all neck and neck in this league so far, mate.
I mean, I know you and I are big football fans. I think whenever we look at that table, over there in the EPL. We love seeing it, especially at that start of midway season where teams are just jostling on points based on that goal difference. I'm actually loving seeing this right now, seeing it how everything is coming through. It looks like, the win-loss records are there, the points are there, as well as the streaks as well, is very, very interesting to me. So I'm very, very interested to get a look at some of these teams. We've got a list of the games that we are going to be watching on stream today. And I'm actually super excited to see how far this goes along. Because, in a league system, points can come from anywhere. You have one good week, you have one good round of games. It's going to be really good. See how you can rocket your way up that standings. And you said, correct me if I'm wrong, but top 12 go on to the EUL Masters.
Well, the top 12 will go through to the playoffs, mate. The
playoffs, my bad.
Yeah, out of those playoffs, only the top 6 will go through to the EUL Masters. So the first step, you've got steps in it, just like you do with the World Championship Series. You have to make it to those playoffs and then win through the playoffs to make it to the Masters. Now, right now, the top 12 is that target. So we have Sharma Squad here, who are a new entry to it. Lunar Guardians, unfortunately, had to bow out. So they're going to take that position. And they went up against Ultimate straight away. So, of course, the worst possible competition. But I have heard very close game in one of them. So that gets me very excited for what that team can bring to it. But outside of that, Plus Ultra and Azeri Esports, they are just on the outside looking in, desperate to find some way to get some wins here, buddy.
I mean, that's got to be... I'll say the good and bad right there. Like, having someone that has to drop out is always unfortunate, any kind of league situation here. But the fact that you have a team just ready to step up, go right into this kind of heated competition that you've got, and having to play up against the undefeated team sitting at the top of that table, it's nerve-wracking, but you get one win, you get one game in your hands, that's enough to change the tide, as we've seen in Pokemon Unite throughout its entire run. So, mate, these standings are looking nice. I'm getting a really good picture of the way things are forming right now. And I guess that's what this league format brings, right? You could just see teams improving bit by bit by bit by bit, and everyone's going to be looking for that top spot to see if Ultimate can go the whole way, keeping that donut on the board and go through undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, mate. The news from Sharma Squad, I'm terrible at pronouncing that name, is an exciting one because Ultimate, they just seem completely uncontested, mate. So what we will have a nosy at, though, is, of course, what the schedule of today is going to be. Let's see what games we've got to bring you, and you can see how close it is going to be. So first off, we've got Cathy de Martin versus Mia Familia. They are both in 4th and 5th place right now, Lobo, and Mia Familia 3-2 with a +2 points. So if Mia Familia can sneak out a double game win against Cathy de Martin here, they will be able to leapfrog them into that sort of joint second position that's currently going on in that battle. Now, Pineapple Game Crash. Do you like Pineapple? Unfortunately, they've had a difficult few weeks here, Lobo. They've fallen down to the 9th position on the board. Game Crash, very varied with how they've been playing and how they've come up against some very tough competition. Last week, they were incredible in their games, but unfortunately, they didn't go their way at the final Rayquaza fight. So they ended up going into 10th position right now. So again, another game with just one position between them, mate. It's absolutely incredible to see how close these games are going to be today.
I mean, I'm excited for all of those games. Thank you so much for giving me that rich history, Tano. You have been the host of this incredible league so far. So, for someone to jump in at week 6, the knowledge that is incredible. And obviously people get to watch these teams play in every day. It's exactly like I mentioned. Like, we love football for reasons because we get to cheer on our team. We get to cheer them on, whether they are going up the table, down the table, or staying exactly where they need to stay. That passion is going to bring forth through all Pokemon Unite. So I'm excited to see it. But I guess before we get started on our games, buddy, we have to talk about Pokemon Unite. We have to talk about the Pokemon. We have to talk about the game. We have to talk about everything involved. And so let me tell you, we've got some new Pokemon entering the fray. We've got, a few Pokemon that are a little bit unbalanced. I mean, shocker for Pokemon Unite, right? Who would have thought? So talk to me. What Pokemon are you liking right now? What are we seeing on the drafts? What are we seeing throughout the history of the EUL so far. What Pokemon are we seeing? What Pokemon are standing out? And what's not getting a look in? Let's start with what's not getting a look in, because we never talk about that.
That's valid. I mean, we've got some incredible stats that we can chat from Dio Eva, an incredible person that's been throwing these stats together. Let's have a look at, what stats we're looking at, mate. Most band-wise spin everything and anything. Let's first have a look at this one, which is the top 10 Pokemon picks. This is across the entirety of the league, I believe. And is it any surprise to you looking at this, Lobo? Snorlax has been up there with a decent win rate as well. It's kind of at that 50% rate, but a 60% pick rate being the most amongst all of these Pokemon.
I mean, come on, it's just going to start heavy slamming every which way that you go, block out every other competition from Pokemon on this list. It's doing a marvelous job, honestly, because Snorlax, it hasn't had too much adjusting to its kit. We saw that when the speedsters were coming around, Flaillax was coming to the forefront so far, and now, I like, it's very, very understandable. Like, these top three, Alcremie, Blaziken as well, you and I have witnessed some, I want to say, absolutely audacious Blaziken gaming from every single region right now. And, Inteleon, Suicune, Blissey, they all just make sense. Buzzwole is a real interesting one as well. One of the three all-rounders on that list, but that big, beefy Buzzwole is a problem. And, it's a shame that we're not seeing anything too outrageous on this list. The only thing that comes to my tongue right now is Mew, considering how I want to say overlooked that most attackers are, apart from our Bubble 07 Inteleon always reporting for duty.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to continue to be that strong, mate. They fixed the bug on Inteleon. Now it's very comfortable in where people are playing it. Mew, very much the same, just the utility mon. Mew is the Swish Army knife of Pokemon Unite, and that's exactly how people have been using it. For me, though, this doesn't really allude to it, but we've been seeing some Lobo. We have seen Tinkaton in some of these games. We have seen Duraludon in a crazy amount of these games. So I'm expecting dual picks to continue coming out here.
So top most played Pokemon. Again, our list is not going to vary too much from the top picks and bans, but our Creamy up at number 1 as well, coming through with Snorlax as well. Mew, Spartano alluded to it before. It is the Swiss Army knife of all Pokemon, such as good utility, secure, executes, as well as just putting big damage on. Inteleon Snipe Shot, a good Inteleon player is a menace to deal with, as well as if it is protected. But Inteleon having access to that Fell Stinger, just being able to launch itself all over the map, drag itself around like Spider-Man, but it is a Bubble 07. It is James Pond putting the damage on. Lapras is an interesting one here. Lapras buffs were incoming. We did get a Lapras update alongside Charizard as well. These are two Pokemon I've been seeing a lot of in just solo queue ranked battles. But to see them come to the forefront, Lapras is just a tanky boy. But Charizard's, it has always been good because of that Unite move. But now its utility to just output high amounts of damage, AoE damage, tick damage as well. Whether you're playing Flamethrower Fire Blast or you're just starting to just punch people and ram your head into them with Fire Punch and fair bits. Charizard seems like a very interesting option here, but the bottom three, Garchomp, Buzzwole, Blissey, really good as well. Give me your thoughts on Lapras Charizard, man, because that's got to be a talking point.
Yeah, no, it really is, mate. I mean, this is the data from week 5, so this is the most played Pokemon last week, and honestly, I think we're going to continue to see that coming into this week, to be honest, Lobo. The Charizard especially seems to be getting picked every single game. It gets picked, people let it through, and then they realize how much difficult it can be to deal with, and then
a nightmare it is, right?
Yeah, they typically ban it afterwards, mate. But what I will say is that a couple of teams, or quite a lot of teams actually, I've realized that utilizing certain Pokemon can limit what you can get out of that Charizard, whether it is a full power Psy from the Psyduck, or whether it's another Pokemon like Alcremie, where you just absorb all that damage, mate, and don't really have that coming their way, has really limited what Charizard can do for a couple of teams.
Mm. It's really interesting. Like I'm loving this. I love the way certain Unite moves are being countered. I love the way certain Pokemon are being countered. Having a look at overall the most banned Pokemon, this was the biggest thought on my list. Rapidash has come to the forefront lately. It is. A lot of people liken it to Dodrio, but they do two very different things. They run around the map and they annoy you, but the Rapidash damage as well as that Triad Blitz, such a difficult Unite move to avoid. The damage output is crazy. Now I had to ask you this. Latios has come to the forefront. It must have served its moratorium, so I'm assuming it has been allowed into the tournament, considering it is a banned Pokemon. Latias, on the other hand, is a new addition to Pokemon Unite, and I'm going to assume that it is serving its mandatory moratorium for today's competition.
Yeah, it's not allowed is what we'll say, buddy. I think it's going to be exciting to see what happens when it does. But let's have a look at what last week's data looked like ban-wise as well. Because you are right, mate. You're 100% there. Latios was available last week, was played quite a bit. Another thing Ultimate were very confident about is that they don't think it's that good. In a 5-sack, which was ridiculous because every other team, they had mega issues with Latios. 13 bans across that week, but it is crazy because Ho-Oh, we've seen how consistent that Pokemon has been, especially ban-wise. And here, it's pretty much matched it on par in that 1 week, mate.
Another Pokemon that got a rework, Sacred Fire, now coming through, which also allows Ho-Oh to fly as well. If you pair it with that flamethrower, which does give Ho-Oh back some more regeneration. I've been seeing a lot of builds with this, put the Aeos cookie on there, give it some more health, let it stack so that you get more health back. But for some reason, it's finally okay to run a potion on a Pokemon in this game, because every time we see a potion, we're like, what are you doing? Potion Cinderace mains out there, take note. But a Ho-Oh with a potion and any kind of defense items as well. And Ho-Oh now usually a Pokemon that you run with an EXP share. Sometimes now it's just the bulkiest Pokemon to sit in front of every single attacker that you could possibly do, and it just absorbs the damage. Not to also mental Rekindling Flame. It's just going to bring everybody back as long as it has that pocket full of Aeos. So Ho-Oh, another problem to deal with. It seems like tankier, bulkier Pokemon are really coming back to that forefront, Tano.
They 100% are, mate. And what is interesting is that we have this incredible data. The top 7 teams with the best secure rate. We'll have a look at overall and then we'll have a look at last week, mate. Because you talk about those bulky Pokemons, and one thing they're very good at is buying space for your team to go in with the secure, mate. So overall, top 7 teams with best secure here. Is it any surprise? It is currently Ultimate. They've played 70 objectives with a 74% secure rate. Is incredible, mate.
What is the difference I'm seeing? Okay, I thought it was in order for a second. Order of objectives played. It's order of secure, but 70 objectives played. The nearest is 59 objectives played. My goodness. But Crash Out also having a pretty decent percentage of secures in objectives as well. About half as many objectives played, which means Ultimate must be going, attempting every single objective on the map, which, you kind of hope that most teams we've seen now kind of disregarding objectives. Objectives are fairly important to gain map advantage, to gain pacing as well. And I think something that we're starting to understand with Pokemon Unite right now, short game, 10 minutes, you kind of think, how are you going to pace this game out? Those objectives with their buffs, with Regielekis walking in to home pads and creating space and field advantage as well. A lot of these things are now coming to the forefront of Pokemon Unite. And again, it gives us more things to analyze. In a 10-minute game, there's only so much we can call, but there's definitely a lot of stuff that we can analyze about what's going on that stage.
Yeah, what's interesting is that as we had a look at those top 7 teams with the best secure, I believe this is last week's data, all of the teams were on the left-hand side of our league, Lobo. So there is definitely a connection between, if you're able to grab most of the objectives in a Pokemon Unite game, you have a more likelihood chance of being able to win that game. Now, we know Rayquaza is the most important objective in the game. It's the only one that realistically matters, but you can't argue the stats that are in our faces, mate. Ultimate have been completely undefeated throughout this entire league, and they've gone for a ridiculous amount of objectives. Even here, last week's data, they played the most out of anyone with an 82% secure rate. It's working for them.
I mean, 23 again, that's still 7 more objectives that they've actively played for and secured against other teams then as well. And that has to account for something. Regieleki is the top lane objective that walks towards your opponent's base. It's essentially an extra man, just 6th man. And then any Regis, most of the time we only talk about Registeel because it is an offensive buff. However, Regice and Regirock are, I don't think, should be as understated as they can be, whether they can be used to defend a pad or even push on, because pushing onto a tier 1 pad could be just as dangerous as defending one. So having a defensive buff, or I believe it's a HP healing buff as well coming from Regice, is just as important. So, and I guess now we're seeing it, right? With Ultima just making sure that these objectives are going their way. And, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You got to roll that RNG. So if you're not at that bottom that Reggie objective, you're missing out on possibly a Registeel, which is what everyone is hoping for.
Yeah, I love this data, by the way. Diva, incredible to get us this kind of data. So, yeah, Registeel, you know, slightly ahead of Regice, mate. Regirock is slamming the gates with this RNG. Of course, this is percentage of Regis done, so it's not of what Regis have appeared, but Regirock is leading it. We are still looking for the fabled triple Regice in one game, mate. Me and Husky were looking for it last week, because Regice, that lowly Regice, is at a 13% secure rate, mate. So, not the greatest, and I know it's not the buff that everybody wants, but it's really fascinating data to see that 25% of the time they are going for the Regirock and trying to take that one.
I mean, a defense buff is so good, especially now with how we talk about it again. Everything comes in circles, right? With the bulkiness of these frontline Pokemon, Lapras, Ho-Ohs, Umbreons, and Snorlaxes being so prominent right now in the meta, whether it's picks or bans. Having that Regirock buff is going to be really, really important. And of course, Regieleki is always going to be there. So it's going to 42% of the time it's being taken. Let's have a look at Rayquaza. This is actually a stat I expected to sway a lot more on the yes side, considering no was only 17%. It's actually a very, very fun time for us as casters behind the desk when we just see a Rayquaza completely ignored, because either the game is so close or the game is completely skewed one way or another. So I'm excited to see how this is going to go. Again, our first match of the day is Cafe de Man versus Mia Familia. Big shout outs to the graphics team for these incredible graphics. I love every bit of it. Blue is my favorite color, and it seems to work very well with that yellow, buddy.
I can't wait for you to see some of the graphics that you're going to see during the game, mate. Very hyped for it. As we see.
My goodness. Do you want to take us through Cafe de Man?
Definitely, buddy. Cafe du Martin are here. This is our team. You've got Cascade, Mbappe, Ultimate, Azalito, and Voxshow here on that profile. Looking at their current accolades, matey, plenty across the board. Winning the Gamers Assembly 2025 for both of them, Cascade and Azalito. Top 8 Regionals 2025 for both Mbappe and Voxshow, with Mbappe also taking top 3 for the Gamers Assembly and top 2 for the Gamers Assembly 2024. A very well accoladed team across the board here, Lobo.
I mean, just have a look at that elo. Like, come on now. Most people stop at 1600. Most people struggle to get to 1600. Most people give up around 1200. But come on now. That is 2900 across the board. But now we're looking at Mia Familia, whose elo stats are just as impressive. Daddy Leon, Jose coming through. Aaron, Gil. Oh my God. Galnegana. And why did I get the difficult names? Cheroui. Tested me on my first day out, but this team looks very strong. I actually do recognize some of these players over my time. Daddy Lon, top 8 AOS Cup 2024, top 8 on Everywhere, top 2 UEC 2024. Sharing some of these accolades as well. Jose's top 4 UCS 2025. Aaron, top 6 Regionals 2025. Jeroe, top 8 Regionals 2025 as well. And Galnigana, top 8 Feb Cup 2025. So a lot of this year's tournaments that these guys are placing in those top 8 spots. So really, really strong team coming out from Mia Faman. Some of these trainer cards, buddy, look very, very nice.
I tell you what though, right? Daddy Leon getting top 8 on every single roll is one of the most impressive feats in Pokemon Unite. I think that shows crazy flexibility, mate. But as we have a look at the strongest picks for each team here as well, this is likely what you can expect to see from them today. It's so close between these two teams. Expect them to go to their comfortable picks. And of course, on the board, we've got Mew with 11 matches and a 54% win rate. The highest, though, across the board, the Dodrio and Blaziken combo here for them. 7 matches, 85.7% win rate. Here, Lobo shows they love to go for that mixture of a ranged attacker with the all-rounders and then having the speedster for a bit of backup as well.
I mean, you gotta, once you start playing follow birdie, the chicken's gonna cook you. But again, me familiar, their top 5 strongest picks. Greninja is an interesting one. It's got to be a comfort pick since day one. Gyarados with that recent that buff has become quite strong. The only way to stop it is if you stop that Magikarp from streaming up that river. And Inteleon, always strong as well, loves to have that Snorlax in front of it. So I'm excited. And it's interesting to show a real contrast between both teams. This one's gone, like, if you have a look at these 5 Pokemon, Greninja, your assassin, Inteleon is going to be your range. And then you've got Snorlax now creaming that front line with Gyarados just providing damage as Inteleon picks them off. A nice contrast between both of these two teams. Oh my god, these graphics are absolutely beautiful. But that's enough of us yapping about what's going on. Let's get to what you guys wanted to see. Cafe du Martin on your purple side. Mia Familia on your orange side. Snorlax gonna be banned straight up alongside the My Little Pony Unicorn being taken off as well, Tano. They don't want any of this. No bulkiness, no healing, and no speed.
No, rightly so, mate. I mean, Jiraiya is one of the best current defenders in EU, mate. And that usually goes to the Trevenant as their core pick, but Snorlax they were dominating on in these previous weeks. Looking for the first pick here for Cafe de Martin. They're going to take the Ho-Ho, and it is going to quickly become one of those Pokemon, Lobo, where if it isn't banned, it's 100% going to get picked in a game.
I agree with you 100%. Those curse items as well, alongside that EXP share with the focus band as well, making sure that Ho-Oh can stay alive as long as possible. Just got to mention the 4th Pokemon that was banned out obviously had to be the Latios. I am so sorry. We're not going to see any mythical dragons flying around as well. Galnegana has decided to pick up Suicune and Trevenant as well with Jerawi. Double EXP share on both of those Pokemon as well. It's something that we're seeing quite often as well. A Pokemon like Suicune, it's an attacker, but its job is to not attack. Its job is to hinder the opponent's team. So lies strong double pick for them, for Mia Familia, and Cafe du Martin is going to round that out with Koopa and Charizard. We're going to see Trick, we're going to see Hyperspace Hold, buddy.
We've been seeing a little bit of both, to be honest, which has been really interesting, mate. It would not surprise me if they stick with the Trip, but they need a Pokemon that can really capitalize on it, because right now, Mia Familia have locked in yet again the Inteleon, and they've also gone with the Slowbro. Looking at Charizard on the other side, mate, you can understand why Slowbro it's a lot more in these games, but I think Cafe de Martin, they need some sort of dive here to try and get onto that Inteleon and pair with a Trick. They're kind of deciding which way they want to go, but they're going to stick with the front line, pairing that with their own ranged attacker with the Gardevoir, and I think we're going to have a bit of a brawl in this game, mate.
It looks going to be interesting because Aaron has a lot of heavy lifting to do with Trevenant and Slowbro sitting in front of it, with Suicune providing a lot of that area of effect, hindrance coming through. Now, if this is the Pokemon that they're going to choose to round off this this 5, wow, Darkrai is not a Pokemon I have seen in a long time, but it is a Pokemon that is very, very capable of causing just as much hindrance as Suicune as well. So a very nice comp coming out from the side of Mia Familia. When we look towards Cafe du Martin, they definitely want to brawl, and especially with a Trevenant and a Slowbro, Gardevoir and Charizard are a very nice combination to do exactly that. Aegislash has the ability to stay in, use that wide guard, hack and slash anything that can move, and based on what moves that Gardevoir is going to run, whether we're going to see Psychic or Future Sight could be very interesting here to really corral what Mia Familia are going to try and do, but Psyshock could just rain damage down from the sky, to which Showmaker will join oh so happily with that fire that Charizard loves to spit from that burning mouth. But let's not forget, they've got another kind of fire on their side, buddy. The one that brings them back to life.
Yeah, and I tell you what, buddy, over on the side of Mia Familia, we talk about flexibility. Nia is currently sat over on that team. One of my favorite players in the EU region, was the support GOAT, in my opinion, but now is here on that Darkrai. Now, we talk about Darkrai. Often, people do play that Darkrai in more of a support. We've seen plenty of teams throw that EXP share on it. I noticed they didn't yet. So we'll keep an eye on how that plays. But this is going to be game 1 of week 6 here. Cafe Dumartin on your left-hand side and Mia Familia here on your right-hand side, Lobo.
Week 6, game 1. Oh my god, the graphics get better and better. Holy, this is very nice. So you can Slowpoke going inside that top path. It's going to be a little hard for that Hone Edge to go on early against the secure potential, as we have Ho-Oh already making itself a bit of a nuisance against Sobble and Trevenant. And usually Ralt, a very passive Pokemon, playing up aggressive with 9 points already, taking as much farm as they can away from Mia Familia.
Oh, who's going to get the first KO, though, as Gunnar's going to have to back on. Oh, we see the Hone Edge going for it. It may be a legendary beast, buddy, but one sword is enough to defeat it.
I mean, Ho-Oh's on the other team. Ain't no chance it's going to get resurrected a second time based on lore. Do we have ourselves a pause, I believe? Is something going on? I'll just get word here because we do have a pause timer. Few gremlins in our system. Sableye was not happy that it did not get picked that time round, so it's decided to go into the systems and cause a few problems. But early on, Tano, nice aggressiveness being shown from both teams.
Yeah, no, there really is. And as we have a look at these stats yet again, so Cafe Dumartin are yet to play the Gardevoir, buddy. So the first time they're bringing it out here alongside that Ho-Oh is very interesting. Aegislash, they've used a little bit. They've got some good success with the Aegislash, but not yet with the Charizard paired with it. So interesting stats for the comp they've currently got built on this field.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, Aegislash is an interesting one. It does have the ability to kind of free roam itself and do what it has to do, but it also is a Pokemon that once it gets jumped, it can survive just based on who it decides to come up. Let's have a look at Mia Familia as well. Inteleon working very, very well for them in this comp. Inteleon seems to work well for every single person but what's interesting actually that I'm just noticing, Tana, is Suicune. 2 wins, 3 losses on its record. Darkrai with 2 losses as well, if I'm reading that correctly, and Slowbro not yet to be picked. So this is a really a new look comp that they're trying out. A lot more defensive, a lot more hindrance build, and again, it seems like the onus is on Aaron to really bring that damage with that Inteleon.
Yeah, it feels like what they've done is they've got the foundations of Juare on that Trevenant and Aaron there on that Inteleon, and then kind of put some new things in the team there and sort of bringing that out. So I kind of like the combo that Mia Familia have gone for. We'll have to see if that works. We're going to quickly come back. You can see our beautiful faces again, chat, because these Sableyes, man, they are proving to be incredibly difficult to catch at the moment.
I mean, having a Sableye in your system is like having a fire in the kitchen. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Those gremlins have a little mind of their own. But, you know, I mean, we can yap till all the live long day. We have all the stats. We have every little bit of information that we have, but we're going to go right back into it to that 9-minute Darkrai has come out of the central area here, Tana, before these Militarias decide to spawn. It's a 3v3 situation inside this top path.
Yeah, now Darkrai, Niat's just going to wait for the first approach as they do manage to take a little bit of that, although Cafe Dumartin capitalizing on it as well. The sleep comes through. Cascade, can they get away? No, they can't. The Scold takes them back to the Pokemon Center. Now we're trying to see if we can lock down onto Niat here with that Flames coming in from Charmeleon, but this is the power of Darkrai. Pair it with these heavy CC Pokemon, Lobo, and it's going to be game over.
I do really like the use of Scald here, Tano, because if it's going to hit that Aegislash, it is a debuff, is Scald. So Aegislash is not going to be able to do as much as it wants to do inside the bottom path. Cafe Dumartin is trying to go away as Ho is on the chase for the Darkrai, but it's all by itself, having to pop it well, but no, they have decided not to go on. Sobble, where are you going, yourself? No way! I thought Curlier popped that XP to try and take it down. But Drizzle managing to get out. There is chaos raining all over this field. 45-32.
Mate, I was screaming for Sobble to run. Drizzle, run, get away! But unfortunately, they are chased down. And yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Very close game at the moment. We've got level 7s across the board, but what I am noticing is the ridiculous amount of damage that Darkrai is managing to get onto these Pokemon with the sleep. I think it might be a bit of a sleeper pick in this game at the moment.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm loving, especially now Scald with the debuff, like I mentioned before. Whirlpool's going to be a problem. And Trick has to be the option here to go when you pair it with that Aegislash in that top part. Trevenant! Oh no! The backburning wasn't done enough as that forest gets burned to the ground as Charizard does take down another. That wide guard has been set up by Trevenant, taking it down, one of the legendary beasts in Suicune, but now Darkrai is going to be a problem. But this is where Aegislash is able to sustain itself super well alongside that Trick Hooper, and there's a little buff along that Regice. We might get that 3 Regices you were talking about, Tano, because now we've got Mia Familia turn their attention to Regieleki.
Well, I'm keeping a close eye on it as we see Ho-Ho trying to see if they can come on in. The sword did the same, but it's going to be Darkrai that prevents the nightmare for their team. Takes the Regieleki, looks to see if Mia Familia can push this in now as they're looking for the KOs. The sleep comes through, Hooper taken out, but massive defense coming out here from Ho-Ho and Aegislash. They've connected, Gardevoir connecting with another KO as well, but Darkrai will not be stopped. The worst nightmare comes through onto the Gardevoir. It's a triple KO for Niat, but then Seismic Slam is going to rain down from the Charizard, and guess what, buddy? It might be a Quadra, but that's enough to defend this pad.
And Darkrai does put them to sleep before it manages to make its way out. Trying to catch out the Hooper. Suicune is here to help as well. Nice Quadra in return with a triple KO from both teams. Neither team wanting to give up this top pad. We saw that Regieleki was the most consistent objective that was taken. Like we said, it does provide you with field advantage going forward. These Altara is going to go to the side of Mia Familia as well. But we've got a level 11 Charizard on the board alongside a level 11 Darkrai before that 5-minute mark has even come to pass. Unite moves on the board with coup de grace. Aegislash could be looking to steal some objectives here, but now we've just got a little bit of a waiting game as Aegislash could be caught out here in the top path.
Oh, that would be a good pick, and I tell you what, is Jurare here with the Horns of Revenge. They take Hooper, and now Mia Familia are in a pretty good position to push this, although Suicune has been taken out, and I tell you what, a perfect Unite move from Gardevoir shuts down the Darkrai, but not before Inteleon gets their own vengeance here, looking to see if they can take down the Aegislash as well. The coup de grace sent the wrong way, Lobo, and that's a double KO for Inteleon.
Before he could bring the hammer down, pun fully intended, because I know Aegislash is a sword, but they were taken out before they could hit that coup de grace. Hopefully to get in the execute on that Inteleon, because it does completely give Aegislash full stacks with that coup de grace KO. So then it would have just been able to hack and slash its way through that, the rest of the team as well. But being taken out there, very, very important, as we do see Aegislash trying to put sword to stone as we try to get a KO going down on the Ho-Oh. Endless Ice Spikes come out. Charizard managed to secure. Worst Nightmare comes out. Unite moves are flying here, Tano.
That they are, buddy. The Xur Spy Vision is here as well, but I think Mia Familia have done, yes, they have, just enough to be able to actually take this, despite losing that objective, mate. Nowhere to go for Aegislash, but back to Nurse Joy, and now they're just going to rain in the points to the end of their galore, bro.
I forgot what noises that Pokemon Unite could make me make, because I had not made that noise seeing a snipe shot in quite some time. Aaron just sending Aegislash right back. Shield be damned. 3 minutes are passing on the clock. We're at that 3-minute 45. There's Regieleki on the board. 2 tier 1 still up. Aegislash level 11. Again, I really think this Scald coming through from the Slowbro is really hindering. There's another beautiful snipe shot coming up from Aaron, but the Fairy Singularity sending Darkrai back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're having to use that Unite move just to take out the one Darkrai is showing how difficult Captain Martin are handling it as Cascade gets thrown against the wall here. But guess what, buddy? It was all they needed because Gardevoir finds the Regieleki. Now they want to see if they can push this into this T1 goal, buddy. Ho-Oh continuing to put the pressure on, buy that space for their team as Charizard dives into the Suicune. Not the easiest Pokemon to take out on the pad, though, and the defense for Mia Familia was there.
I mean, Gardevoir's doing such a fantastic job just putting out all that damage coming through. We are seeing damage come through, which means even as bulky as Mia Familia is right now, they're really struggling again to stay in these fights. Trevenant having to use that Unleash to really stack its health up. Darkrai is trying to get around the back to get on to this Gardevoir, but it's just being found itself. Close battle, 2.5 minutes left to go, and they're still duking it out with Ho-Oh finally taking down Darkrai but having to reset its health itself.
That Ho-Oh, buddy, it just does not go down. The amount of resources you have to use to take that Pokemon out, it's much like an Armarouge. It takes so much. Registeel is going to be the final Reggie on the field, and we've had all three. We got the full trifecta as we look to get the secure on the side of Ghatlue Martin. Mia Familia getting set up for the Ray here.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. 147 to 147, I just noticed. We are at a tie. Both teams know that it is a close battle. We saw it appear before. Is it going to be all Unite moves being blasted at one? Snipe Shot just barely missing that Charizard. Suicune's going to go hunting with Whirlpool as well. But look at where Aegislash is. Look at where Ho-Oh is. That ability to fly over the field is so important for Ho-Oh to really just understand what it's going to do. But Aegislash might be looking for an engage on Suicune here. They might have just caught it out, but we're waiting to see where this pops off as these teams are still just circling each other right now, Tano. No attention being paid to Ray at this moment.
The difficulty is they don't have enough poke on the side of Ghatlue Martin. We've got snipe shots that are landing left, right, and center, buddy, and that is a lot of healing that you have to find after it. And of course, Hooper is currently on the trick build, but the patience here between these two teams is crazy. Ho-Oh's going to fly on over where they are not targetable except for this snipe shot. They may have been able to pick up the Charizard here, though, buddy, as they go down with a slow beam. But the Fairy Singularity connects on free as the Spy Vision comes through as well. But Ghatlue Martin have found the KO onto Niat. Darkrai not being here is the difference in winning and losing this fight as they now continue to clean up the rest of Mia Familia. Snipe Shot is ready, but Ho-Oh is prepared to stop it coming in.
Yeah, I mean, and Aegislash is just going to use its Shield Bash to try and gain as much health as it can. Coming back from Rayquaza, Charizard's keeping Inteleon, oh my god, distracted, and held its Unite move till the very end for an Aegislash secure for Ghatlue Martin.
Wow, I tell you what a close game this has ended up being, buddy. If this is what this set is going to be like, ain't nobody going to be able to predict this. No wonder both of these teams are literally neck and neck in record for the weekly so far, mate. 559 points on the board with 10 seconds left. This is Ghatlue Martin taking game one.
The patience of that Rayquaza fight was really understated. Nothing popped off until Hooper decided to go unbound. Fairy Singularity have to give it up to Pyro on that Gardevoir hit. I think a minimum of 2 members of Mia Familia every single time Fairy Singularity came out. It was used to great effect in that Rayquaza fight. It was used to great effect in defending that top tier earlier on in the match as well. But also this shows having a tier 1 can also be a double-edged sword if you lose Rayquaza, because that is the quickest road to getting a Hundo Burger dunked against you. And now let's have a look at some of these stats. You take it away from here, buddy.
I mean, looking across the board, mate, very close game. Even with these stats, Aaron did manage to land those KOs that they were looking for. Niat is there with 8 assists themselves, so everybody was doing their role. We saw a lot of disruption coming from all of these defenders. Fizzy continuing to be an absolute nuisance to the side of Mia Familia. And the ranged attackers, Lobo, what more can you want from them? They've got 30% of their team's damage, 37 for Aaron there.
I mean, 37 for Aeron, 32 for Pyro, 80 and 87k. Let's not forget, Niv's doing 52k, 21% of their damage. And Niat, I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it, Niat?
Niat.
If I'm wrong, Niat. With 26%, we saw Darkrai becoming a real menace, but when Darkrai went down inside that Rayquaza pit, that was exactly what Ghatlue Martin wanted to do. And then also big shout outs again, positioning sense at Rayquaza. Inteleon was still left alive, and we saw that Inteleon was very, very accurate with their snipe shots throughout the entire game. The threat is always there. Ho-Oh just deciding to body block, also being taken out by Inteleon as well. And then we had Charizard, who the Charizard Unite move is one that you usually save as one of the main engages in the Rayquaza fight. They used it specifically to take down Inteleon. So Very nice patience shown by Cafe de Martin, going 1-up. Bans the same as usual, Tano. Nothing's going to change there. Snorlax, Alcremie, Rapidash, and Latios. And it looks like business as usual as Ho-Oh gets picked up first.
It honestly would not surprise me if they go for business as usual here, but Mia Familia are going to shake it up slightly with Nihat taking that Charizard away from Cafe du Martin, and Gale Nagunda's going to lock in the Suicune yet again. This game was so close between them though, Lobo, that they just want to take away that slight advantage that they possibly could, and that Charizard Unite move is exactly the advantage Mia Familia needs.
No, I agree, because like we said, it was 147 to 147 when Rayquaza appeared. It was tie game, and so they had to do everything they could. Now, this is an interesting pick for me. Serena coming through. It is another Pokemon that has an Isolate Unite move. When I say that, that Queenly Majesty isolates someone completely out, takes them out. Trick Hooper. I want to know if this was as effective as we thought it would, paired with the Aegislash before. Perhaps the Serena being paired with Trick Hooper this time round could work as well. But apart from that Charizard, we could see another mix-up as Big Daddy is going to come in with Big Daddy Lucario. I couldn't resist myself. I had to say it. But 3 all-rounders on the side of Mia Familia. A bit crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
let's not,
we look at the Suicune, buddy, and it's just a support, though, isn't it? Like, come on, that's what it's there for. It's there for the stuns. It's got the XP share, but I'm so glad you said that because I did the same last week. I couldn't resist, mate. So I'm 100% with you. But what I also love here from Cafe de Martin is, as we've called, yeah, the trick, I don't feel like it works unless you have a Pokemon like Talonflame. It's perfect for it, mate. A ridiculous amount of burst damage. The Aegislash, I can kind of see it, but for Aegislash to do a lot, it kind of needs to brawl. So it's going to go in, put those shields up, get those boosters, and that doesn't get the advantage of Trick in the same way that something like a Talonflame does.
I mean, I agree with you, but I also have to point out, like, is Talonflame and Trick work unless you're playing Brave Bird, or does it also work with Fly? It can. I think so, but Fly seems like a more patient game kind of move where you go and really hunt. Brave Bird is just always felt to me kind of like your nuclear option, right? But like when we look at Mia Familia right now, apart from Lucario, those 3 Pokemon are gonna be sticking together. So Talonflame has a real chance here to just nuke the field of Mia Familia. If it gets taken out, if Brave Bird's too far in, it gets tricked back. If it does get taken out, caught out, you've got Rekindling Flame from Ho to bring it back alive. Serena is going to be in charge of dealing with that Lucario. It is going to be an all-rounder battle between Serena and Lucario. Charizard might get involved because, you know, I'm a purple background as well. But we'll see if Charizard decides to make its way into that fight. I'm really excited to see what Lucario is going to bring forward because we have been seeing a lot of extreme speed come out to the format as well. So Lucario coming back to its day 1 powerful. Is it going to take back that pedestal? I kind of hope it does, just to see what we're going to get. But look, it's going to be Talonflame inside of that central area. Charizard this time inside the central area from Mia Familia, with Lucario obviously going into that top lane.
Yeah, no surprises there. Cafe de Martin here as we look at the record, mate. 6 wins across the board for this Serena and Mew. And now they're just trying the waters a little bit, throwing in the Talonflame with that Hooper pair. So, an interesting decision here by Cafe de Martin. They want to continue with this winning streak.
I mean, Mew is a very strong Pokemon to pair with Ho-Oh inside of bottom path. I mean, the irony is not lost on me that we've got Mew versus Mewtwo. It is Pokemon, the first movie inside that bottom path. Here in the top path, we've got Hooper helping Serena. Sorry, a little bounce we get evolved into a little Steenie so early on, but Talonflame is here, but Charmeleon is going to cut them off the path with Flamethrower, and that is nice pressure to put on to Cafe de Martin before these middle Altares decide to spawn in about a few minutes, but Mewtwo's here to help out.
Yeah, the thing is, Acrobatics is so good for securing this early stage, especially with Steenie being there as well. And as you see, buddy, they get most of that. The big one is going to go to the side of Mia Familia, and they're going to get even more as the Steenie KO comes through. They're looking to see if they can rain down the damage here on the side of Mia Familia. Acrobatics goes on in, gets hit by a Flamethrower in the face, and back to Nurse Joy they go.
I mean, the luck of the draw to not only secure the KO on Steenie, but also get your Mega Evolution for Mewtwo as well. Acrobatics would have secured the KO on Charmeleon if Mewtwo Y was not in its Megaform. Now Lucario, Daddy's just going to do what Daddies do. He's going to try and bring that butter home and get some points in, get them stackaroos up, make sure that that family is well fed. As we got about 7 seconds until these Militaria spawn. As quick as they come, Tano, I think they're about to go just as quick.
That they are. They get absolutely deleted already, and no surprises. Fizzy just rains down the nuisance onto the side of Mia Familia. Acrobatics comes through again, looks for the KO. Nihat is sent back to the Pokemon Center, but they want more here, Lobo, and this just shows the confidence this team currently has. We saw the eject button come out of Talonflame as they land that fly, but Lucario takes down the Queen, looking to see if they can get away as well. Bringing the bacon home is Daddy Leon.
I mean, come on, you gotta when your job is to bring the bacon home, put bread on that table, and feed your family. Lucario is doing it to a T, but Talonflame not gonna be out daddied in that top path. I cannot stop saying it. Please stop me right now. As it does get taken down, Citrus Berry is not gonna be used, but it's gonna be summoned up by Hooper. Real chaos just going everywhere. We've got fights going on in bot lane. We've got fights going on in that top lane. Serena's going to turn their attention to the objective, I believe, as Treven's just going to try and hold that map up. And it's a Regice, which, funny enough, was the first objective that spawned in game number 1.
The dream is still alive for the triple Regice buddy. Right now, Kathy Dumartin are being very aggressive in both of these lanes. Mia Familia have come up to the top side to answer to it, allowing free real estate down there. They've broken the first pad here, looking for that Lecky to put the pressure on. Seismic Slam's gonna come on through as Nihat looks to burn them all back to that Pokemon Center. Finds the Talonflame, but Ho-Ho will sit there and take that punishment all day long.
I mean, that was a great thing. I thought Talonflame was going to get the KO, but Trevenant coming out of nowhere to secure Talonflame in place with Hornleech. Beautiful Mystical Mirage to avoid the Hornleech as well. Solomon's going to try and put some damage on, just back off Mia Familia. Mia Familia being a lot more aggressive in this game number 2, Tana, than they were in game number 1. I feel like they can sense the momentum coming their way. They are behind on points, but they seem to be getting the better out of some of these fights with Hornleech Trevenant reading the fray. As I say that, that's a caster's curse. I need to not do that as they get sent back to see Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center.
Ooh, Cascade, they are looking for KOs here, buddy. They're not bothered about farm. The farm is going to be the other team as Fizzy looks to steal this one away. Doesn't get that one, and this is about putting the pressure on to Mia Familia. The more that you can hold them up around that area opens up this top goal for Cascade to continue to get these points and look for these KOs.
A nice flame streak coming through. Does manage to take down the Suicune as well. Hooper did pick up a KO, I believe, on Lucario before, who's now back in the fray. Ho is going to do whatever it can to keep its team sustained. No access to that Rekindling Frame once again, but Serena does have access to that Quinley Ascended. Dangerously low on health. Doesn't get caught with the Hornleech into the Woodhammer combination. It does! Before it can use Quinley Ascended, it does get Seismic Slammed by Charizard and Mia Familia. Family is everything to them. They are coming through, but Charizard gets sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, I mean, pushing into the central area of Cafe Dumartin may have been a little bit of overconfidence, buddy, as Mewtwo Y falls as well. You got everything you wanted in that top lane. Accept it and go do something else. Instead, they wanted more, a little bit greedy, and Cafe Dumartin come out on top of that central area.
Tano, there's a second Regice on the board.
The dream is alive, Lobo.
The dream is alive. The dream is alive. I think all you needed was your good luck charm, and who is your good luck charm? That would be me. You know, it's okay to say it, Tano. But as we see, is the good luck charm going to be there for Trevenant? Flametube's going to come through and miss absolutely everything. A drive-by miss on that one as Hooper decides to roll call inside the top part. Infinite Cyber is going to come out from Mewtwo as well. The stuns are coming through from Cafe Dumartin. Aura Cannon comes out from Lucario, who takes down Oro. No chance to rekindle the flames, but Cafe Dumartin by Familia have decided that they want to defend this pad with everything they got, and with Ho-Oh going down as well, no chance for them to continue, but Mew picks up a KO on Suicune, and they turn it around again, Tono.
An insane eject button from Mew to get away from that Horn Leech, and it's Mewtwo Y who just locks onto you with the side strike. But again, a massive defense from Mia Familia there, Lobo, and this time at least they haven't overstepped and gone for more. They're going to go for this Regieleki here, hope that that can put on a bit of pressure over to Cafe de Martin, and I would expect them going for the rotate, because look at where Mia Familia is right now, pushing that T2 pad.
If I have anything, if I was a betting man, if I was a gambling man, I'm gonna assume that there's gonna be a Hooper portal being unleashed here. No, Hooper doesn't have its portal. Damn, this is why I'm not a gambling man. So here we go. It's gonna come through. I thought they were gonna try and go for a counter score and pull everyone into that bottom path. Again, this is why map awareness is so important, guys, to know if the Unite moves are up and running. But Cafe de Martin just decided to retreat out here. Talonflame is either getting stacks right now, and you know what? Better late than never, I guess, as they come through. 159 to 80, 3 level 12s on the side of Cafe de Martin, but Talonflame could get caught out. Decided to go for a fly, but then decided to exit stage left.
Yeah, exit is definitely the right call, buddy. We've just seen the bottom Reggie coming on in. What is it going to be? Oh, they're not going for it. We could have had the dream, but we don't know yet. They're going for the fight instead as Talonflame finds the Trevenant. A 40 dunk is going to go on in from the Serena. Cafe de Martin is showing face at the bottom Reggie as well. We'll have to wait and see what that's going to be. Oh, it's the triple Regice Lobo. The good luck charm came on through, bro.
the triple Reggie, and it does get secured in time. Get Husky on the phone, but on the other end, Mia Familia have just decided that they want to go for this Rayquaza. It's going to be a flip. Hooper has come about alongside the Phantom Forest with the Queenly Ascendant. Talonflame has taken to the skies. Who's secure? Who was it? It was Talonflame. Manages to take a beautiful secure.
And then they just blitz through the rest of Mia Familia. Niat, the only one surviving that fight, and that is Cafe de Martin locking down this second game. There's not enough change on the field for Mia Familia to come back in this one, Lobo, but I gotta say, what an exciting set this ended up being. Very close game until Rayquaza showed up.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that Cafe de Martin was inside that bottom path as well, securing that Reg Ice, Mia Familia decided that, you know, maybe they had enough time. They had the rip there as well. Talonflame Fly, such an underrated secure, and I feel criminal saying that as well. Getting that timing absolutely spot on with all of those other Unite moves flying as well. We saw the Infinite Cyberm come down, but right now this is a chance to break shields. But there is the Rekindling Flame. It's going to bring back Talonflame.
Such a good game, mate. And I can't believe we had the triple Regice coming on out. I have never seen that in Pokemon Unite. I said it to Husky the other day, and we were like, we need it, we need it. You come on in, and we get it in the first set, mate. Incredible scenes from Faya Sky Ruins.
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm a good luck charm, but I'm just going to let the evidence speak for itself. A triple Reggie plus a Rayquaza secure. Again, Cafe de Martin had a very, very composed, strong game throughout this one, but let's not take anything away from Mia Familia. They fought Cafe de Martin at every single point of this game. They weren't being pushed back completely in fights. They weren't you know, being pushed out in objective-wise as well. They secured a number of Regielekis. They held that top tier 1 for as long as possible until Serena managed to get that 40 dunk at around the 2-minute, I want to say 15-second mark. But again, just a really solidly played game by Cafe de Martin. And that, I believe it's the Mew combination along with Serena that has had the most wins for them that we saw on the stats. Is really coming in clutch for them. So really great job. That was our first game. 2-0. Cafe de Martin, Mia Familia. Take us through some of these stats, buddy.
I mean, I really enjoyed this set, mate, and I think, you know, as we have a look at these stats, pretty even across the board with how much they were throwing at each other. Aaron's going to come out with 35% of the team damage yet again, 75k raining down on that Mewtwo Y, but it felt like most people did their jobs, mate. Look at it, at the 8-minute mark, again, a ridiculously close game between these two, but it's going to be Cafe de Martin who take the triple Regice, and of course, that's all that was needed to get yourself over that line. But it turns out the holy grail of Pokemon Unite is triple Regice.
I mean, and it only takes one person for it to appear. So a really fantastic job. Again, before we take ourselves to a break, a really nice game to come through. But also having a look, just want to have a look at those stats where we had that on the board, which were fantastic addition that I love to see is players' Pokemon that they're winning and their win-losses in games coming through. We're really seeing when you go to Pokemon that you are winning with, there's a confidence that's coming through. Darkrai, I think, still didn't have any wins on the board, even though we saw how effective it was for Mia Familia, still not able to get a win. Charizard being taken away from them was not a problem because they have not a rebound, but they have something else to come towards. And I think this is what we're starting to see coming through a Pokemon Unite. It's just so many compositions that can come through, because now I kept saying we had 75 Pokemon before the addition of the 2 Latiases. We had 70, and now I think even before what was before Alcremie. So we're slowly approaching 80 Pokemon out of a possible 1,200 Pokemon, 1,207. I could be wrong with that, 1,206. But again, that's such a big pool of Pokemon, and every single one seems viable at this point.
No, that it does, buddy. What also seems viable is I need to go get some water. So we're going to take a quick break, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back right with you. Howdy trainers and welcome back. We have Do You Like Pineapple versus Game Crash to bring you. We've got our water. We are ready to get stuck into this one, Lobo.
I mean, from the howdy to the water, I think you were trying to do your best American accent there, Tano. Like, howdy, y'all. But, you know, I digress. It is 4 o'clock in the morning here in Oos. You can't expect me to have any kind of rationale to what I say. As we're having a look at the strongest picks for Team Pineapple, Alcremie, Inteleon, Armarouge, Leafeon, and Blaziken. We'll forget about the little blue one in the corner. But I want to talk about Armarouge. I really do very much like the fact that Armarouge is being played right now. The all-rounder stopper, especially with that fire spin and moveset. Inteleon and Alcremie, I feel like we're going to see quite often alongside Blaziken. And, you know, we don't need to talk about the other one as well. So, you know, we could just go to the next top 5 strongest picks, right, Dano? Yeah. We could just move on from that one. Thank you. Take us away.
I'll take us away in Game Crash, also buff Leafeon. So looking at Game Crash's top picks here for me. What I will say, though, is Comfey hasn't been used that often by a lot of teams. Game Crash have been sticking with it. They got a 57% win rate, buddy. But Mewtwo Y has struggled for this team ever so slightly. 8 matches, 38% win rate. Kind of like the Armarouge for Pineapple previously. They're kind of sticking with it, but they haven't found that much success with it yet.
I'm feeling that's a trend that I'm seeing a lot with range attackers at the moment going through right now. It's just people, I think, are a little bit hesitant to bring out the rest of the the range attackers. But going through Pineapple, considering I'm talking, I'll keep it yapping away. As we do have Nils, Skull, TT Bone, Mavuika, Bite a Pig, and Beach coming through. Top 8 EUIC. Well done to Nils. We got EUC? UEC, my god, EUC 2024 winner. We got the top 8 in UCS for Mawika, Bite Pig, top 2 in the Women's Unite, which is incredible job for them, and top 9 in the EU Regionals for Beach. Take us through Game Crash, buddy.
Here is Game Crash. I love these players, by the way. We've got DJ, we've got Relly, Dalim, Sam, and Santino. A very newish team. I very much enjoyed a lot of Relly's Talonflame in the previous week, mate. It was very fun to see, and some great support coming out from Dalim as well on the Mew that they were really trying to dominate on, but so many teams have been banning Dalim out of this Mew, so they're in a difficult position where they continue to get those targeted bans against them, and it's just making their games ever so harder.
I mean, you know you're doing something right when you've been target banned multiple times for a few Pokemon as well. But again, I guess that just forces you to really find a new Pokemon that someone else can target ban you for, as we do go for Pineapple on your purple side. Game Crash going to be on your orange side. Charizard being hovered over by Game Crash as well. They really don't want that Pokemon coming through. We're going to see what Pineapple's going to pick up this time round. Do you think Latios is going to be allowed through, Tano?
I think these are the kind of teams that ban that Latios because they struggle to deal with it, mate. So I wouldn't be surprised if Game Crash do that ban here. This is it. Pineapple are going to force Game Crash to ban it because, of course, if they don't, they get to pick it first. So good strategy coming out there, and Game Crash,
so,
I think
wait,
they've got
was that strategy not taking that last ban?
The first ban.
The Pineapple have only banned one Pokemon. That was strategy? Interesting.
Well, whether it was strategy or not, mate.
I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and say that it was, because
we just had confirmation from the amazing production team, buddy. Sorry to cut you off. So, do you like Pineapple have a ban loss because they have an emergency sub in place, so they can't go?
Makes sense. I was about to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that was a very masterful stroke of tactical play. As we do have Ellen's going to pick up Snorlax. First time we're seeing Snorlax in today's stream. Dalim is going to pick up that Mew, not banned out this time around. Nils picked up the Rapidash. So a few Pokemon that we saw got banned out straight away in the previous game. We are going to see the fabulous flying up pony that is Rapidash and Blaziken going to come to play with T-Bone.
I like this. We're getting a lot of these picks that you don't usually see due to the bans. DJ, though, is going to lock in the Sword Doggo here. And a Game Crash going to go back to the Comfort. Yes, they are. Sam picks that up. I'm intrigued to see what Relly is going to go for here to pair also with that Comfort. But Pineapple, they're teetering around these range attackers. But we've seen a lot of Duraludon. But it looks like Glaceon might be showing face in this game.
My big blue button. As I have coined the term, I don't get to say that very often in my very over-the-top accent. I don't even know if it's an accent, just the way that I say it. My enunciation. But really is hovering over Absol again. Now, really, two really great targets for Sam to apply the elegantness of the flower necklace. You've got Zacian and Absol, as well as anyone really on the side of Game Crash could benefit from a floral necklace. I mean, you and I could benefit from a floral necklace, but I'm actually really excited about the Glaceon pick right now because I'm curious. A lot of the time we are seeing Icicle Spear come to the table in this instance because that is just a straight shred down onto Zacian, down onto Snorlax, and even the healing of a Comfey might not keep you safe from the shred, as well as is a point and click, which means Absol has to be very careful where it decides to make an appearance.
That it does, buddy. The rip that you can get from Glaceon is pretty huge. Probably going to be trying to target that Snorlax and the Zacian with it. That's what it's there for. But you've called it. It's very good at kiting Pokemon, is Glaceon. And of course, you have that passive that is going to affect trying to get that CC onto it. Now, Absol has that one job, and it's going to be shutting down Pokemon like that Glaceon. They're very good at doing it. I love watching the speedster play from Relly, and they've got a good team built around them with that Comfey. But Game Crash, they don't have a great win rate on that Comfey yet. They've stuck with it, and they've got Pokemon that work for it, buddy. But both of these two teams are neck and neck currently in this league, so this really could go either way, mate.
I mean, I love the fact that not only do we have a nice competition coming through, because usually in leagues like this, it's not super heated just yet. But right now, these are two teams vying for the same spot. So it's going to be even more interesting. But what my eyes on right now is that fanciful pony not getting into that path. We haven't seen too much of Blair and Rapidash. Especially in these grassroots style tournaments coming through. So I really want to see what kind of play style that we're going to see with Rapidash, if it's going to fight with the rest of the team, or if it's going to act in kind of like a Dodrio offlaner type sense and just cause distractions for the side of Team Pineapple.
Personally, I'm fed up of seeing Galarian Rapidash. I want to see it continue to get banned, mate. Usually it is banned, and we don't see it on Fire Scare Ruins, but I'm fed up of going up against it. I cannot wait for the nerf to come through, to be honest, mate. I genuinely think it's going to be one of the #1 picks at the World Championships next weekend.
I think that we found Spartano's Leafeon to the Rapidash. So it is going to be an interesting one to see, as we do have Mew securing a lot of farm up top lane. We do have both central laners inside this top path. Altara is about to spawn very, very quickly. And an evolution to Galarian Rapidash is going to be exactly what they want coming up for this middle family of Altarians.
Yeah, who's going to get this secure first in? Relly's going to try and look for it, but of course Kumbuskan's going to kick it over to the side of Pineapple. We see, was that a slow smoke coming out as well? Limits the approach that Game Crash can take, and actually, they don't even get anything out of that one, Lobo.
I mean, still not many scores going in, as we do have a wall versus wall going on right now. Mew's coaching ability, providing the assistance for Snorlax as well. Now we've got a double swap here. Combuskin heading back into that central lane. Glaceon really needs access to that level 6. As one of the evolutions, it does get access to level 4. Its evolution very early on, but Glaceon is one of those evolutions that needs to be at that level 6, get its second move to become as effective as it can be. And we are seeing Hyperspace Hole come out for the side of Team Pineapple.
I like that. They're definitely going to need that healing to come through, especially with how squishy Glaceon can be. And looking here, all of this central area is going to go to the side of Pineapple, because a big push in the top lane here from Game Crash as they try and score these points. Huge serve comes through from Beach, though, prevents any of that going in. And now Game Crash is on the retreat, and a jet, but an overheat is going to come through. Can they find Relly? Yes, they do. Floral Collar isn't going to help you here, buddy, as the domination from Skull in the top lane gives it over to Pineapple.
And this is exactly what I was talking about with Glaceon requiring that level 6. Getting access to that Ice Shard does a lot of damage, as well as building up that stacks. Comfy got taken out, detached at the very last minute, which meant Absol didn't go down or didn't get targeted with that Icicle Spear. Glaceon also holding on to that full stack of Icicle Spear as well, not risking any points going in either. So we got 59-12. Nice play going around, but Game Crash looking to do some damage in the bottom side as Icicle Spear is raining down onto Snorlax. That big boy can only survive for so long.
That it can, and I mean, uncontested in the top lane for Pineapple here as well, as Game Crash, they lock in on the Regice. Can they get the trifecta to get that a little bit of help, buddy, as they try and lock this in? Midnight Slash comes through, and that's going to work for Game Crash. Are they going to look for more, though? Mystical Mirage is here to stop that damage coming through, and they do. They find the Glaceon, trying to rein in the points here as well. Galarian Rapidash continuing to be a nuisance here, looking for some quick KOs, but a good retreat from Game Crash.
I mean, no, it's great, but as Absol does find to go into a bush, it comes nose to nose with the Fire Chicken himself. Hyperspace Hole is going to heal everybody else up, and I like the combination play of Slowbo playing Surf and Telekinesis right now. Hold them up, let them get shred, and Blaziken's going to come on in and make sure that that KO gets done. This Comfey has found a home inside that Absol, which means that Absol just has a big target on its back, Tana, and it looks like it's going to be targeted right now, and Mew is going to pay the price.
That is why you get a Glaceon on your team, buddy. You lock on with those spears, and they will go all the way over Fire Sky Ruins and find you that KO. Right now, Alentia is trying to deal with this absolute nuisance. Rapidash up against the Slowbro, thrown against the wall. No escape for Absol to find that KO.
I mean, that is a problem there, but Glaceon here has a full stack of spears, but Snorlax is just going to eat all of that up as Rapidash is here to assist. Hyperspace Hole, the Hooper Highway in effect is going to allow great transfer of their team to come through, even though block is going to go up. Glaceon has the chance to shred, but Unite Moon's going to fly. Midnight Slash takes out the Glaceon as Telekinesis picks up the Absol.
Looking for more as well as a triple KO coming through. Alentia blocking off anyone getting back to that pad. Rapidash is even harder to take down though. And with a great effort from the Blaziken, they connect as well. They find Absol as Rapidash throws down the Triad Blitz. They're going to get KO'd in return, but they did find plenty of KOs. Game Crash here want to continue to push this pad, but they got to get out. Mystical Mirage is used just for that.
I mean, Glaceon still had all of those spears up. I was going to point out when Regice pointed before, that was 4 Regices in a row, and Regirock just tends to ruin our fun. But an important objective as a defense buff is going to be real grateful for that Slowbro in that front line. Wants to absorb as much of that Absol and Zacian damage as possible to allow Glaceon to just shred this damage down through as Snorlax gets picked again! Beautiful combination! An HP and a dream! The Focus Blast manages to hunt down the Mew with the slow beam on to the Zacian. A Jet gets popped, and they are dangerously low. Double KO for Blaziken.
Sovereign Soul was going to be used there by DJ as well. They don't actually use it, but the pressure is still here as Pineapple go in, but it's Slowbro that gets taken down. Blaziken goes to the top pad, finds that Regieleki, and now they've got pressure on the T2 pad for Game Crash, while the rest of the team is going to come down here to push this Lobo.
I mean, you called it. Whilst we were watching that, all of that transpire inside that basement lane, Hooper cold rolled into that top lane. Blaziken took the objective, and now they've put pressure on different sides. Now they've got map pressure going down. Does Team Pineapple with Regieleki stomping on into that top lane, and with only Mew and Snorlax there to deal with Zacian and Absol, their main damage dealers, doing some offensive play inside that bot path. That Regieleki is still there, and Hooper is acting like the trickster that it is.
See if they can take the Zacian here. Sword Doggo is going to be able to get themselves away. Alentia is like, stop. Nobody is allowed to get close to my partner. And they do manage to defend it. But look at this. Ickless just raining down the damage with the Glaceon and nearly taking out the health of that Snorlax. They do get back to their pad, buddy. And we do have a good flank coming in here from Rally. The power nap is going to get the disruption onto the side of the Blaziken as they find the KO. We're 50 seconds away from Rayquaza though, buddy. And they have used that Unite move. They need KOs to be able to get that back at least.
I don't know if you saw that, but Glaceon had the Icicle Spears targeted on, but then got sent back to the home pad, and then it took about 5 seconds for those Icicle Spears to go from the home pad all the way to the Absol that was its target. And Game Crash right now, they're not about to let this Game Crash away from them, securing a Registeel, but they're gonna, I think they only have about a minute of that timer. Once that Rayquaza actually spawned. Pineapple looking very strong right now. All tiers are up. Those levels looking quite good time with level 13 Blaziken, 12 and 12 Rapidash and Glaceon with a level 14 and 13 Absol and Zacian that they have to deal with now. But they have the ability to rip. They have the ability to secure with Blaziken, one of those gods that secures. And it looks like, nope, it was just a bait. Let's see if they can bring them in, because Team Pineapple, they really don't need this Rayquaza.
No, but they do need to defend those pads, buddy. There's 100 points between these teams. The rings are let loose there as they dive on in for the KOs. But Pineapple has answered. The slow beam onto the Zacian. Icicle Spears are going to come through. DJ taken down. The Rapidash has found the double KO. And Beach has locked down Game Crash at the moment. But now they come on in. Heavy Slam's going to connect, but it's Glaceon. Ickless finds it for Pineapple. And within a blink of a moment, Game Crash had lost most of their team, Lobo.
I mean, just quick succession. We saw the Zacian going in for a score. You pointed it out. There was a 100 dunk possibly coming in. Rapidash still managing to get that score inside that bottom, and it's just going to run away from Absol as well. The distraction did not work. Pineapple did not falter. The Glacial Stage got set as well alongside the slow beam. You saw the positioning of Slowbro, protecting Glaceon, protecting their rip. Blaziken was there by itself. Hooper was supporting Blaziken. Rapidash was doing what Rapidash had to do. Beautiful Hooper portal. But oh! Snorlax stopped them from going through. There's still 500 points between this. 2 tier 1s up. And Game Crash, 40 seconds. They're going to go to tier number 1.
Oh, Kunpei does manage to get themselves onto the Absol there. Looks like they're going to be able to break this pad. Not with a crazy overcap that they were looking for, buddy. And with 30 seconds left and most of these KOs coming through as Ickless finds a triple, looks for the Quadra as they connect onto the Snorlax here and the Zacian around. There it is. Can they get the Penta? Yes, they can. It's game over for Game Crash as Pineapple take this first one.
There's something to be said about whether you like pineapple on pizza, and I am starting to think that it might be a good choice because they're up game one, like you said. Let's see if they can make this a nice little 2-0 with the rings unbound. Gonna finish this game off now. Talk to me, Tano. That Glaceon seemed to be a big problem for Game Crash.
The thing is, though, I think it was a problem because they just couldn't handle it. They had too much coming in from the Blaziken that they had to try and deal with. And on top of that, the Galarian Rapidash was continuing to be a frustration. Every time Rally saw Nils, they backed up, buddy. They weren't going in because it's so hard to catch that Rapidash. I think they're going to have to reconsider their bans here. Do you really want to ban Charizard when you have those on the field causing that much of a nuisance for you?
I mean, but just let's have a look at how much of a nuisance it was. 39% of the damage done by Ickless. Again, the strength of Glaceon, which meant Elenta was completely, I want to say, taken out of doing what it can do best. When you've got one bulky Pokemon like Snorlax, look at the amount of damage it took compared to the rest of the team. We saw an entire, I want to say magazine clip, but that doesn't sound right. An entire array of Icicle Spears going on to a single Snorlax, managed to eviscerate half of its health whilst it was on pad, which means Snorlax then cannot do what it needs to do. Take nothing away from the Snorlax. They did fantastically with the heavy slam plays, the block plays into the wall, comboing with Absol and DJ on that Zacian. But when you're just taking damage, especially when you consider the movement that Game Crash have on their side with Rally, with Dalim, Mew is a fast Pokemon. It's very hard to pin down that Mew. But once you've got a point and click going with Glaceon, who Ickless did fantastically, keeping all of its icicle stacks up and was just able to unleash them whenever they needed. So that pressure that Pineapple was putting on was something that Game Crash really had to think about going into game number 2.
Yeah, it's a great comp for them, mate, realistically. I mean, there was no easy route for Game Crash to deal with it. I mean, I can imagine all of them on the side of Game Crash are probably screaming for Rapidash to be taken out. And, you know, the fact that they were trying to deal with the Pokemon that were in their face, but Rapidash isn't always in your face. It's coming in, it's getting that damage off, it's getting out. And you've got to be looking left, right, up, down, everywhere for where that Rapidash is approaching next. And that enables the destruction that we just saw from Ickless on the side of Pineapple. So I'm with you, buddy. I think Game Crash are going to have to look back at it, go back to the whiteboard, get your heads together and think, what do we need to deal with here? I don't think the Charizard ban is worth it, especially when you can pick Pokemon that can deal with that Unite move.
No, I agree with you 100%. The Slowbro pick there as well completely takes out any kind of seismic slam advantage that they're going to have. Remember, Pineapple only have one ban here as well. They are forfeiting that second ban due to, I believe, was having to use a sub. Correct me if I'm wrong. But also, Charizard is also going to be banned first up here. They just don't want to deal with that Charizard. And am I seeing a Zoroark ban? What's happening here? And Sweet, oh no, that was the ban that was already gone. So Charizard, Suicune being banned, and Latios. My goodness, the amount of confusion that could happen in this game, Tana, I swear.
Well, it's a pre-select is what it is, buddy, and I don't know why, like, because like we look at it like, wait, is that a ban? But of course, it isn't. What's going to be the first pick here for Game Crash, though? Because Pineapple are on the other side. They get those double picks to begin with. And Ickless is the sub, by the way, for Pineapple. And after that display, I'd be like, yeah, let's get them in every week, bro.
Sometimes, you know, we have the super sub, back to the football references where you can go through. Ho-Oh is going to be put on the board as well. Beach is going to come through with the Ho-Oh. Nils on the Rapidash is going to come out as well. It looks like Dalim's going to take the Mew. Sam hovering over Venusaur, which is an interesting choice, but they're going to go with the Aegislash. There is no way that they're going to allow a Zoroark Comfy combination, right?
I mean, if you allow that with the Rapidash as well, that's going to be tough, especially if they can find another sort of front liner. But it looks like they're rotating off that double speedster combo for now, at least, as Ickless looks to pick up the Alolan Raichu. That will be awful for Game Crash to deal with, mate.
I mean, again, depending on what... oh, no. Oh no, both you and I, we had the same exasperated sigh when we saw the Zoroark get picked up. But like I said, Ickless has a choice here to go with the Electro Ball, which is kind of just like a landmine type moveset. They really don't want to go in there, and especially if Reli's going to be on that Absol, it has to be very careful what bushes it decides to jump into. We could also see a stored power come through out from Raichu to provide some more dashes. There's no way Pig was not going to pick up that Comfey in this instance. Now, the scariest part is Zoroark might not even be the best choice for the Comfey to go onto. It could be that Rapidash. But this is going to be an interesting one because Safeguard Blissey could help out here alongside Helping Hand to help that sword hack and slash at anything that moves.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty that Game Crash has is they don't have a lot of Pokemon to pull Skull out of their combo, and that is how you deal with Zoroark, buddy. They do have DJ there on the Aegis Slash, really good for trying to do that against a Zoroark, and of course you do have Block on the side of Ellen if that's what they want to go for, but that's not enough for a Zoroark, especially when you pair that with a Rapidash. And as we call Pig, they can hop on any Pokemon on that team realistically, so I don't know, mate. You've got the typical rainbow comp from Game Crash, and looking at a rainbow comp, it looks like a decent comp, but then you have on the other side a ridiculousness from Pineapple that is just so much burst damage with that Raichu. Yeah. I don't know, bro.
I mean, you're talking about it when you said Comfey has a chance to go onto Zoroark, Rapidash, Raichu, or Ho-Oh. There is not a single Pokemon in that comp that I want that Comfey to hop onto. Ho-Oh is hard enough to take down if you don't give it a floral necklace. It doesn't need more colors. But now, from what it looks like they're going for the damage from the side of the Mew, they're going for the damage from the side of the Absol, and they're going for the damage coming out from Aegislash. But the most important thing right now is getting that Aegislash online, because Pineapple have a real chance to run away with this composition. As we have a look at some of these stats down the bottom for Game Crash, Mew has not been seen too much. Aegislash, not too much of a, pardon me, not much of a win record, and Absol also not doing too well, but Snorlax going for a little invade. It's exactly what you want to do to stop a Zoroark and a Comfey combination.
I actually love this. Yeah, definitely go for it, but it's going to be difficult, though. They're going to take a quick nap here. Skull's going to continue to rain in that damage. If they can find the KO, Comfey goes back onto them, and Snorlax is going to have to get themselves away, but it's all about wasting this time, Lobo, because Absol is now coming into lane at level 5.
I mean, Absol being there is going to be a problem. Zoroark, once it gets online, it is going to be fine. Snorlax is going to take a trip back to Nurse Joy. Did Ponyta manage to secure that farm? No. It is criminal that Absol just got a 15 dunk in, and now Game Crash doing exactly what they needed to do early on with that distraction from Zoroark. But let's make sure they keep this advantage going.
Oh, they do get that Evo. They managed to grab the farm, dashing on through here, trying to get onto the pad. The boosted comes out, but not enough damage from Skull just yet. And Game Crash, what a way to utilize that invade to give everything you wanted in that early stage.
Yeah, but right now they're about to try and see the fear that Zoroark Comfey does put into other teams. Snorlax is here. Zoroark is doing a fantastic job just moving and grooving. Does manage to take the blue buff away. Racing down the Absol. That is revenge. And Ho is there to help. And Snorlax goes down in quick succession. Beautiful recovery from Pineapple.
I swear down, every single EU team has PTSD from seeing a Zoroark Comfey on the opposite side, buddy. It's ridiculous that they've been able to pull that off. There was 3 Pokemon in the central area, and now despite the effort that Ellen to put into it, level 7 on the side of Skull now, buddy. Nearly hitting level 8 as they come. Not even close to the 720s. Looking for a good hit. That is good. Slow Smoke coming on out, trying to make sure that they can't get away. And they may be able to pick up Zoroark here, but no, they can, because Comfey is still around.
And the Zorok managed to get a 30 stack with 4 members of its own team scoring as well. Rapidash is now going to go completely, I want to say completely unabated. There's the Comfy on top of the Ho-Oh. Snorlax gonna try and come in, but Zorak does not care how many bodies you put in front of it. It's gonna take the KO. But Aegislash, probably one of the only Pokemon that can stop Zorak in its tracks with that wide guard.
Yeah, they're going to have to continue to lean on that on the side of Game Crash, mate, because we're getting to the stage now where the snowball is absolutely here. Look at that, buddy, and it didn't even need Rapidash there with it. Skull now has hit level 9, so has Raichu. Game Crash are now beginning to have to climb Everest to win this game.
I mean, when you speak about Everest, it's all cold up on that mountaintop, and Regice is going to make it even colder for Team Pineapple as Game Crash do get a KO. They're going to secure Regice for that one, your 5th of the broadcast, if those of you keeping count at home. But Absol is not going to be outdone. Wherever they go, this is the game plan. Go to the opposite lane of the Zorak until you can make back that levels. But again, Rapidash is there.
Was a good catch by the Absol. They've now got level 9s on their team of Game Crash, buddy, and the scores aren't ridiculous. That's what we need to remember, but it just seems like there's constant pressure for Game Crash to have to deal with something that Pineapple's throwing at them. Look, Rally thrown back again thanks to the Rapidash, and then Zorak is going to find another KO. Game Crash can't be exposed at any moment. They have to stick as a team, because every time they're on their own, as you see here, buddy, Pineapple, they're just cleaning them up. Bliss Assistance is going to come through. Coup de Grace does connect as well on the side of the Aegislash, but it goes onto the Ho-Oh. They manage to find Rapidash, but Nightfall Days comes through, and that's going to be a double for them so far. Midnight Slash does manage to take down that Ho-Oh, but again, you can't take down this Zorak without losing most of your team.
Well, just when you think that the Zorak was going to go down, it was a beautiful coup de grace that got, I think, 3 members of Pineapple down. The Bliss Assistance came in. I thought Aegislash could do it. When you can think you've got everything sorted on the Zorak, Nightfall Days is the move that you forget. I want to say 95% of the time that Zorak can pull out. That Unite move is so good for that Pokemon, but Zorak has been put to sleep here. But Game Crash could not capitalize.
You're absolutely right, mate. Nightfall Days is kind of like a get-out-of-jail-free card for Zorak. It's not often. It's one of 2 buttons, isn't it? Either you're going to be like, I need to drop this and get myself out of it. It'll do a lot of damage and they'll back up. Or it's, I'm going down, I'm going to take them with me, and it's a nuke button that you just press to look to find more KOs.
No, I agree with you 100%. Zorak gets put to sleep once again. Now, let's have a look at this utilization of these Raichu Electro Balls, which means that Game Crash can't just go in willy-nilly. Look at the placement of these Electro Balls. They've stopped them from entering that zone where Regirock is. The KOs are coming down. Ho is going to bring everybody back alive. Mystical Mirage is going to come back. Zorak is there. Mew does manage to secure on the Regirock as well. Game Crash did a fantastic job. A Triumph Blitz is here as well. Blissey is down. Going to pop the Bliss Assistance. It is not. Oh, it is going to go off. My apologies, going to go off onto the Mew, keep Mew surviving, but the Ho-Oh did manage to bring everybody back just in time, and Game Crash couldn't get another foothold in this game. But when we look at it, it's 122 to 138. They're very much in this one, Tano.
Yeah, that they are, buddy, and a shame for Rapidash. They got stuck between a Blissey Mew sandwich there and got sent straight back to the Pokemon Center, mate. But yeah, a minute 50 left before Rayquaza is on the field. Pineapple, Game Crash, they're both doing the right things. They're going for their experience. The scores are extremely close right now. Both have T1 goals still up as well, Lobo, so we know they're going to be looking for some sort of cheeky back cap coming into those final moments.
And Ho is playing that Fire Spin build as we see right now. There goes a lot of Mew's health. It has to be forced back. Zorak gets put to sleep once again. The Electro Ball does get caught. The Midnight Slash has to come out. Raichu gets sent back to Nurse Joy. Comfy does have to pop. It's Unite move as well. Can they take out this Aegislash, who is still putting up that wide guard? The Aegislash is going after the Zorak. That battle is a good one. The Mew, its Unite move does not matter. Zorak gets the boosted off with a KO streak of 2, and Pineapple are pushing the pressure. Snorlax decides to take a nap.
I gotta say, we talk about these comfies all day long, buddy, but they have been really good in this game. Sam has just been really able to provide so much healing onto the side of Pineapple in multiple different Pokemon. Every time I've seen them hop off someone, get onto someone else, and Skull, they've been so weak in so many of these fights. and they just get themselves back to a good status, buddy. So, you know, you look at the comp of Pineapple, and it feels like the anchor really is that Comfey.
I believe that's Bite-A-Pig on the Comfey as well.
Yes.
We have seen it. We've seen it on the Ho, we've seen it on the Rapidash, we've seen it on the Raichu as well. Usually, I believe we saw it in the previous game where it was only on one Pokemon, or we saw Comfey with only on one Pokemon in the previous game. But now with so many options, Bite-A-Pig is kind of just flexing on that Comfey. We got the 122 to 176, 3 level 13s for the side of Game Crash, 2 level 13s and a 15 for the side of Pineapple, alongside 2 level 12s, and that's a level 12 Comfey, which is kind of ridiculous.
I like this approach from Game Crash, buddy. They think that Pineapple are going to come on in from this side, or at least they're going to come up with some sort of plan to approach from the top side. And Pineapple, they're doing the opposite, buddy. They're coming in from the bottom side. They've got that T1 pad up. That's always going to be the position they play from, giving them extra. Looking for these sort of bush checks here on the side of the Raichu as well, mate.
Who is going to blink first? It is gut check time. There is 54 points between these two, if my quick math is good. Zora could go for a nice little cheeky back cap here. The shred ability for the side of Game Crash is there, but now they've seen it, and now it is game on. Game Crash have moved, and it's about to pop off.
Trying to see if they can find the KO here on the side of Absol. There's the Blister Sisters and the Midnight Slash. They have been able to find the Raichu, though, but so many resources were used trying to take out Rapidash, and they've been able to get out of that one. Mystical Mirage is here, but the rip on the Rayquaza is going to come on through. Game Crash is going all in as they try to find the KO. Snorlax takes down the Green Dragon. Coup de Grace is trying to come on through, but it's going to be Game Crash. Can they score the points that they need, buddy? They've got their shields, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. We're going to a game 3.
A game 3 situation. Pineapple were in full control, but it always comes from the looking for a back cap opportunity. It allowed the Raichu to be taken out, and then they were just completely blocked out of the Rayquaza fight. Hoa was there, unable to bring them back. Zoroark still has access to that Nightfall Daze, but with 15 seconds on the clock, you are right. It's game, set, and match. Game Crash don't want no pineapple on their pizza.
I can't believe what I mean, this just shows how close these two teams are, though, mate. We're going to a game 3 here. The way that Game Crash responded to seeing that score in that T2 from the Zoroark was absolutely spot on. Instantly, Absol jumping straight into that central area, trying to get the flank onto Pineapple, and then the rest of the team were isolating that Raichu as well. So it worked really well for Game Crash, and it was a smart Rayquaza battle from them.
I mean, have a look at that. It was 13 KOs for Skull, 14 assists for Bite-A-Pig, Nils with the 4 as well. But again, it just came down to that last-minute decision at the Rayquaza pit. Again, you're in the lead, you have a tier 1 comfortably enough, you're winning fights the entire match, almost. It's a back and forth. It's a good back and forth between these two teams, but Pineapple were clearly in control, winning some of those fights off the back of Bite-A-Pig's superb Comfey play. Not only that, you have Pokemon that you can use to really reset a fight if it's going in the opposite direction. Why give a team a chance to come back in and not even be at the Rayquaza pit, because they struggled to get there. As soon as Icarus got taken down, and they made it a 5v4, and in essence a 5v3, because Comfey is just there to heal. It's not. It could secure, but there's a very, very unlikeliness that Comfey is going to secure that Rayquaza ahead of anything else on Game Crash's team. So all of your hopes are now on Beach, who is the Ho-Oh, who was dealing with its own problems, Rapidash, who couldn't get in there, and Skull, who was too far away to try and get back after backcapping. It's just that kind of game, not even sense. It's just, I think maybe a little bit unnecessary trying to put the pressure for Game Crash to come in. Game Crash had to come in anyway. They needed that win. And so you come in, as they came in, and we saw it, as our beautiful observers did mention, we saw it on the minimap. Zoroark went to score. The minute that scoring animation was coming through, Game Crash were out of the bushes. They were out of the bushes. They actually split and went around the Rayquaza pit and cornered Pineapple. And I think that was a fantastic play by them. They capitalized on what I want to say was probably a misplay coming out from the side of Pineapple.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, but I think...
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they were probably hoping on how quick that Zorak could dash in to the fight, but unfortunately, Raichu was completely exposed. They were left alone, and yeah, it definitely didn't work for them. It wasn't a well-communicated plan at that stage, but hey, we're in a game-free game crash. They did what they needed to do, and it was still a close game up until that point. They just had no way of dealing with Skull on that Zorak, especially with Bida putting in an absolute shift on that Comfey from them, mate.
I agree with you 100%, and it looks like Pineapple don't want to deal with the Absol this time round. Charizard is still going to be banned out. It doesn't even look like Pineapple wanted to use the Charizard. Just having a look at all of the other comps that we have seen coming out from them, it's very hard to kind of see where Charizard really does fit in to that composition. But let's see what Pokemon that Pineapple are going to take. I would assume it's going to be the Ho-Oh. But Beach is hovering still, and there, the Sky God itself is going to come back into play.
Yeah, I mean, when you can pick it up, you're going to do exactly that. What a game crash going to answer with, though. We've got a hovering over the Suicune here. Definitely not going to be Sableye. Rally is going to take the Galarian Rapidash. Another Pokemon where if it isn't banned, is going to continue to come on through. And I gotta say, buddy, I feel like it's so difficult as a team to only have one ban and get that to work for you. So even more effort from Pineapple to be able to do that.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you 100%. Ickless is going to hover over the Mew this time around. Bida's going to go on to an Umbreon. I actually do like this pick. Double Defender coming out. We're not going to talk about what Nils is going to play right then and there. It is going to be a Leafeon as well. Kind of strong in this format. Leafeon, probably a Pokemon that can wipe Rapidash off the board if you get a Emerald two-step off alongside a Razor Leaf combination. But Rapidash is not a Pokemon that stops moving long enough. So perhaps they're hoping that they can I want to say trick Nils into putting a lot more effort on the Rapidash to see if they can kind of catch it. Zacian and Mew are going to come out for the side of Game Crash.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to see Metagross on the field here from Skull? I mean, very good at brawling, and also not easy for Pokemon like Rapidash to deal with, especially if they lock on with that Zen Headbutt. That might be the plan here, but I kind of like it. And you're going to pair that with the Espeon. I expect stored power just to really put the damage onto Rally, because realistically, if you look at that comp over there, buddy, you know that Rapidash is going to be the core of absolute nuisance on the side of Pineapple. The rest of it is going to be sticking with brawling with each other.
I mean, if you play a Pokemon, you definitely know what Pokemon you don't want to go up against. Like you said, Zen Headbutt is a move that is going to lock on. So no matter how far you go, you lock on with Zen Headbutt. You get a little bit of a stun. Nils can probably come in with Leafeon. Stored Power is going to take a lot of damage out of you anyway. But also, the obvious play, Tano. I mean, look. Put it in a circle. Put it in a circle and let the Unicorn fall. But also, Game Crash not just going to rely on that Rapidash to carry them through. Suicune is going to be a bother to deal with alongside Zacian, but Mew as well is a Pokemon that has come back to the forefront after being so utilized. We've got Electro Ball, we've got Solar Beam, we've got Light Screen, we've got Surf, we've got Coaching, and not only that, Mystical Mirage is a fantastic Unite move as well, utilizing just its ability to just not be targeted for as long as it needs to be, as long as that Unite move is active. So a lot going on that team. Again, when you pick a Pokemon like Galarian Rapidash, you want your opponent to really focus on that Pokemon. It's the same, I guess, when you pick a Dodrio. Follow the birdie. And when you follow the birdie, you follow the birdie at your own peril. And I think that's what these teams are starting to rely. So let's see how we can go. Pineapple, let's see if they can have a little bit better of a road fight, because they were in complete control of that game 2. Game 3, these teams neck and neck on points. Whoever takes this is going to take the leapfrog over the other team.
That they are. We're going to share out this experience on the side of Pineapple from that central area. Leafeon, of course, looking for that first early Evo to put pressure in the top side. This bottom lane is going to be interesting, Lobo. You got a Ho-Oh versus a Snorlax, two of the tankiest Pokemon around.
I mean, you do. You also got Espeon here as well, trying to secure what they can with that Swift. EV Swift's also one of the most interesting moves in the game. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. I have to say that I think Espeon's EV Swift is probably the best Swift that we've got out there, just with that ability to secure. And there's the eject going to come out from that Snorlax, but it's going to be chased down by Ho-Oh. Man, that bird is menacing to look at from above.
That it is, nearly managing to find Snorlax with the Swift, just out of range, buddy, and they haven't got their Evo yet on that Espeon, so not at the levels they're looking for as we're about to hit the 850 mark. Too much of a nuisance on the side of Game Crash, but they are ready here with that Mew to get the secure. Electro Ball comes, but here's Skull as well. Gyro Ball ready to connect, and if they can drop the damage onto Snorlax with a Nat, they find the KO, and now it's a mountain for Dalim to defend this pad, buddy. They've got 3 against them with just a poor Mew.
No, I mean, there's the light screen, beautiful combination to push Ho-Oh away, but Ho-Oh does manage to drag the Bumblebees towards it, making sure that they don't get that experience. We did think that it was going to be Zen Headbutt, but Gyro Ball is just as good as in this composition because the more it hits, the more targets it hits, the more shields it gets, and the longer it can sustain. But Metang has taken down the Mew as well. Rapidash is here to help out. Metang is not going to go down. KO streak of 2, and Espeon is now chasing Rapidash. But very smart play to sit in that bush where the stored powers can't get you.
This is why I love Stored Power though, buddy. I haven't seen a Rapidash have to retreat in a long time in these games, but Espeon has the advantage, and of course, gotta get out of that range. It will always lock on to you, so unless of course you do go in the brush, as you said. Right now though, it does feel like Pineapple are slightly in the lead. They've got more points, and they do have level 8 on the side of that Metang. Nearly at Metagross already is a huge power spike for Pineapple.
I mean, they've left Leafeon inside that top path to try and deal with whatever is going on there. Suicune, Rapidash, and I believe Zacian are just causing havoc. Metang has decided to go up as well. Vitapic is down here inside the bottom to try and put some pressure. They're going to get stacks in. It is Mew and Snorlax alone, but I just don't think Pineapple have the damage to outdo this. But a 2 KO streak, as we see from the top side. Metagross picking up a 3 KO streak. You can see from our lovely camera down the bottom, so you don't miss any of that action. Pineapple holding on to beautiful control over this map.
Oh, buddy, I think the Metagross pick is such a smart pick with the team that they're up against here. They have managed to leech out this Regiseal. That is going to reset before they can get the KO onto it, but of course, they're just trying to buy a bit of time so that Leafeon can get down here and look for the KO onto the side of that Mew. They're going to approach here now, and they've got the Emerald Tooth that, no, they don't. Yes, they do, ready to go. Haven't used it just yet as Rapidash goes on in. Psychic Slayer is going to come on out, and they've managed to trap down Leafeon. KO comes through. Game Crash have done what needs to be done at this moment. Rapidash is 1 HP in a dream as both of them from Pineapple are trying to lock in for that KO. Bida finally shows up, but Lobo, this Registeel still hasn't been touched enough.
That is criminal how Rapidash got on that, but let's put all of the effort onto that Snorlax. A beautiful heavy slam managed to knock up Ho-Oh that managed to get them out of there. The solar beams are flying from Mew as well. The damage is incredible in the top side. We've got our all-rounders duking it out with Zacian versus Metagross for the Regieleki Triad. Blitz has popped behind the side of Pineapple, but they take it out in quick succession. Snorlax's block is going to come up. Zacian gets the better of Metagross on the objective secure. Snorlax is on an HP in a dream. Suicune has joined the fray down as well, freezing everything that can go wrong. Mew has to pop the Mystical Mirage to make sure they can get in. Ho-Oh almost gets taken down, and it does by the boosted auto of Mew as well. Biter is here, keeping Leafeon nice and healthy. The Solar Beam trying to snipe its way. Can Snorlax get a heavy slap secure? Nope, it is the stored power that shows its worth.
Oh, Alentia, that's a good effort. But yeah, Pineapple, they find that one, buddy. That was a long fight over that Registeel. And now they're going to break this. Not as much of an overcap as they were looking for. But Metagross is on this tier 1 pad, Lobo. And their health bar just isn't going down, as you can see it.
I mean, they are fighting inside that top path, but Bidapig, unfortunately, just getting that score ahead of 22, so only a 1 overcap. But they've made up for it by securing the scores inside that tier 2 in that basement lane. And Pineapple, they are just letting Metagross do its thing. They know the confidence that they have with that Metagross on this Pokemon as well. It has not gone down. To forget healing. It is just not, it is surviving with those Gyro Ball shields.
What a great game, though, from Pineapple. They have really come out strong. Game Crash, they've managed to keep up level-wise ever so slightly. They've got level 12 on this Metagross, and that is becoming very daunting for this team to have to try and deal with. We're only at the 4-minute mark here, Lobo. We've got plenty of time for that to be able to hit level 14 or 15 before we hit Rayquaza as they go on in here. Emerald Two-Step is going to find a KO onto the Zacian. Mystical Mirage is going to come on out, try and get the flank on with the Surf, but no, they're going to get taken out by Leafeon as well. There's the Psychic Solaire coming through, but Compute and Crush connects. They find the KO and they're looking for more as Espeon is going to clean up Game Crash as well. Pineapple continues to extend their lead here.
Oh, and they do manage to do the beautiful math there as well and get a very nice overcap into that top path. Now they turn their attention to Regieleki. All of those Unite moves coming out in quick succession. The Triad Blitz was completely neutralized by Metagross's Compute and a Crash ability as well. I thought Biter might have been in a little bit of problem because they did get caught between a wall and a Snorlax, but the mean look keeps the Snorlax there, and Metagross is here to cause even more problems. It doesn't seem like the freezing is any issue for Noel on this Metagross, and Biter is doing such a fantastic job keeping their team healthy with those wishes.
Yeah, I think the Wish is so good of a move. It's so much healing, buddy, and it was such a good shout to go for that in this game. We are 1 minute away from Rayquaza being here. A Registeel buff has just come through for Pineapple. They're going to have that for about 30 seconds of this Rayquaza fight. So pretty much everything that Game Crash could have going against them currently is in this game.
I mean, could we see a triple Registeel? I mean, I don't know if you've seen one. I don't think I've seen one. We could get a triple Registeel because I think that's our second. But, oh my god, this is not where Noel wants to be right now. Almost getting caught out. I think it is going to go using the Gyro Ball to give it shields, but Zacian is here. No, retreat! Retreat! Back away! Back away! With 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Again, this is just the pacing. Pineapple have to be very, very careful here because they are in a very, very advantageous position, Tana. 283 to 75. They definitely don't want to go for any backcaps. All this game is completely in their hands unless Game Crash just decide to go for a flip. But Vitapic seems to have found the majority, and they found Metagross.
There we go, Green Dragon is in. Metagross looking to see if they can dive on in here. Triad Blitz is going to be thrown up. Going to wait for that to go before Compute and Crush can be used. Psychic Solaire in the pit, but Espeon is going to be taken down. Game Crash have found some good KOs. Endless Ice Bites come through, but right now the rip is on, and it's going to be Metagross. Could it be anyone else, Lobo? As Skull finds that Green Dragon, and they find the entirety of Game Crash to take Game 3.
I think Skull managed to Compute and Crash into the Rayquaza pit, and all the members of Game Crash were there. One Gyro Ball, and the shields were aplenty for Pineapple. Fantastic job. 741 to 75. Pineapple showing a little bit cooler heads, but that was still a flip that was going to come out. And as soon as you saw, Vitapic saw that they were going to get called out, they were going to get caught out, instantaneously the rest of Pineapple were right there to provide support for Metagross and Umbreon.
Yeah, what a pick on the side of Pineapple. The Metagross was a genius decision, buddy, coming up against this comp. And it has been so difficult for Game Crash to handle. And this is another thing, though, isn't it? Because every time that you come into these games and you end up against a Pokemon that you probably don't play against that much, you know, like Metagross used to be popular, is not that popular now. And as you've just seen, that Zen Headbutt is going to absolutely lock on, send you flying, and then you just Gyro Ball and find the KO onto Pokemon like this Rapidash that likes to get away, like the Mew. And Skull has just been dominating in this game.
And I do like Biter's some move selection here with the Mean Look and again, such a great utility Pokemon. Metagross was Skull was surviving mostly, I want to say half of the game. That first half of the game purely by his own inside that top path, while the rest of Pineapple were trying to assert that dominance in the bottom path. But for the second game in a row, Pineapple have not lost a tier 1.
Yeah, and I think they've got the Thousand Island dress in here as well.
Nope.
No, just shut up,
Nope.
Oh, I tell you what though, 13 KOs, 15 assists on the side of Beach. They're going to be very happy with how that game turned out.
I agree with you 100%. And this is, I guess this is the credit to every single thing that happened. Leafeon, that's such a strong Pokemon, was doing its job. 6 KOs, 9 assists, assisting where they can. But this is the thing that I was alluding to before. And Leafeon also doing 87k damage, which is very, very, very normal for a Pokemon of Leafeon's stature in this game. But it went completely undetected throughout that game because of Skull with that 113k damage, and not too far behind Delim the Solar Beam, considering how much life that Team Pineapple had on their team. Because look at the healing coming out from Bitapig, as well as the damage taken by Beach and Bitapig as well, 62 and 74. Mew putting up a 100k plus game, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, such a well coerced team here on the side of Pineapple, buddy. Everything worked for them, and it's Game Crash. They were up against it. They managed to at least keep it close until we got to about that 6-minute mark, and then of course those double objectives going to the side of Pineapple just gives you even more of a mountain to climb, despite a ridiculous amount of damage coming out from Dalim. 40% of your team damage. They took 41k damage. They took the least on their entire team, buddy. Just shows how well Dalim had managed to play around what was coming their way on the side of Pineapple, which was plenty, buddy. They had a lot to deal with.
I just want to point out that a Pokemon like Suicune, a Pokemon like Snorlax, that have been such problematic Pokemon to deal with in our current meta, almost felt like Team Pineapple completely blitzed past anything that Suicune is an annoying Pokemon. It has the freeze, it has the hindrance, so does Snorlax, and we saw that to great effect as those players on Game Crash were doing. But the tankiness of Umbreon, the tankiness of Ho-Oh, Metagross, again with the shields and the wish and the mean looks, you can freeze that Pokemon all the live long day, but if those Pokemon are supporting each other, it's almost going to feel like swatting a mosquito. And it just felt like Pineapple just kept on coming. It felt like a war of attrition. And I think that comp really showed just exactly what they're doing. So really great job to both teams. But Pineapple clinching it in a lovely best of three, game 3 situation.
Yeah, it was great from both teams, but we are going to take a quick break, chat, while we get the next one ready to go. I really need to go for a wee, so I'm going to go. Have get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. trainers, and welcome back. It's time for Crash Out GG versus the enemies. The enemies, Lobo, are a team that I have considered to be silent assassins. We don't hear from them much, but they have been dominating much like Ultimate has. I believe they're in second or third place. Let me double check the standings. They're in second place right now, buddy.
Interesting. Very interesting. That's very interesting. Like, I like the lore of a team that doesn't say much, but just comes in, does the thing, wins the game, moves on. It's always, it's the mystery of a team, especially a team that's called the enemies. Which in stark contrast to probably my favorite name right now, which is Crash Out GG. It's sometimes, some weeks, you just feel like you have to have that crash out. And I want to see what a crash out means to this team. So I'm actually really excited. Have a look at this. 3-2 for Crash Out GG, and the enemies are going 4-1 as well. Do you want to take us through Crash Out GG?
Absolutely, buddy. This is Crash Out GG. You've got Iglo, GG, Solony, Himsikuk, and OO over there. I'm not going to, I have no idea how to pronounce some of those names. Top 5 and 6 here for UCS, for Iglo. Top 8 UCS, top 4 UCS. I mean, they have been dominant in the UCS this season. And of course, Worlds Japan 2023 as ouch over on the side of that one there. So Crash Out GG, a very sort of organized team. They've played a lot of this game, matey.
Let's have a look at the enemies as well. Also, just want to shout out to some of these trainer cards looking absolutely smashing. We've got ING Galaxy, we've got Revenge, we've got Champaris SG, Jean Medu. I did not mean to put on an accent when I said that, but it's the way you read the name. Jean Medu. If I got that wrong, please tell me. I will correct it. And Quento as well. We've got 2 times top 3 2025, top 2 regionals as well, 2 times top 3 in 2025, multiple top 7s, 2 times top 3 in 2025 UCS, and then I love it. Just want some weeklies, bro. I just want some weeklies, bro. That is an achievement, and be proud of it. I can't wait to see what these guys are doing, as Tano has dubbed them the Silent Assassins, as we will call them, the enemies, because we're seeing their top 5 strongest pick Pokemon. Not necessarily the most assassin-y type Pokemon, but an 80% win rate on Darkrai. I wonder if we're going to see that again today. I have actually very much enjoyed seeing Darkrai come back to the forefront. We'd love to see Above Swell give some people a hug. And Eldegoss is a Pokemon that I want to see. The Elder Glock, the Elder God, has risen once again. That Pokemon can be so fun to watch. Such a good utility Pokemon. And I don't know about you, but I just love saying Cotton Cloud Crash. Take us through Crash Out GG, my friend.
Yeah, I also do, buddy. But again, another team here from Crash Out GG where Charizard doesn't have as high a win rate as they like to pick it for. It's definitely one of those they're sticking with, but isn't quite getting the wins that they're hoping for it. On the other side, though, the Greninja very much is. And what I have loved about this league is some of these Pokemon coming out that you don't expect to see doing really well. Greninja has been one of them. A couple of teams here have been doing great with that Pokemon. And then just sticking with the core of their teams here, buddy. Charizard, Rapidash, Hooper, and Blissey will always be Pokemon that you expect to see in Fierce Sky Ruins in the current meta, but not having ridiculous win rates with it on the side of Crash Out GG. Kind of midfield at the moment.
I do really love seeing the fact that there's a lot of difference between the top 5 strongest picks from each team. It really makes that whole comfort picks are really the best picks that you can pick. And sometimes it does turn out your comfort pick ends up being a Pokemon that's really strong in the meta. So a lot of people, a lot of trainers are just waiting for that Pokemon to roll around and get that buff from Timmy that they really want so their Pokemon can be competitively viable. But like we said, with a roster of soon to be almost 80 Pokemon, I think at this stage, it's sky's the limit as seeing the difference in types and styles of teams that we're going to see. We can already almost do a 5 of every single type team. You could do 5 defenders types, 5 supporters. I would love to see it. 5 attackers, whatever. We can do 5 EVs, 5 ghost types, 5 water types, whatever you want to do in this game. It is coming to fruition. So the more Pokemon we get, the more fun and open this game is going to be. But I believe you said the enemies are number 2. Crash Out GG were number 3.
No, Crash Out GG are 7th at the
7th.
moment.
Okay, this is gonna be an interesting. I want to say mid-table clash to top-table clash, as Greninja is gonna be banned out straight away. This might be a little bit of a double-edged sword when we get to show those graphics out to everybody.
Hey, listen, you can't let a team come through that has a 70% win rate on Greninja and allow them to have it, buddy. But let's see what the bans continue to be. Ho-Oh is going to get banned out by Crash Out GG. Quento is just waiting to see what they want to go for. It's the Armor Rouge, and we don't see that banned that often, Lobo.
I mean, sometimes when you pick a target ban and Latios is just automatic going to be our standard 4th ban, I'm guessing maybe they'll let it through at some point. Armor Rouge is interesting because if you have a team that kind of goes around all-rounders, Armor Rouge is a good counter to that alongside Metagross, so maybe it's something that they just don't want to deal with right now, or Armor Rouge is a foil to their pick. But Jean Merdeur is going to pick up the Alcremie with the beautiful strawberry showing, nice and appetizing. I'm starting to get hungry. But Snorlax and Hooper going to be picked up as well. Let's see what kind of damage that combination can do.
Yeah, listen, you need to build the foundation before you can build the house, and that's exactly what Crash Out GG have done here, buddy. They've got the strong defender, they've got the strong support. Quento is going to lock in the Mamoswine on the opposite, and I love that pick. They don't know what Crash Out GG are going to be bringing to them, but I have been witnessing some fantastic Mamoswine play in this league, especially with those Ice Fangs. It just means when you're thinking about bringing a speedster into these fights like they're trying to do here, you got to think about those Ice Spikes.
Yeah, got to be very careful, especially with Zora being able to go in and out as well. Any stun means that Mamoswine can pick you up and put you back down exactly where they want you. Serena also has to be very careful here, not to drop kick or glassy glide their way in to the range of that Mamoswine. The only problem with Mamoswine is its limited range, but that thick fat Pokemon is going to be a problem to deal with. And Mew and Blaziken going to round out the enemy's comp right now. Lucario and Blaziken, my god, they just don't want to lose any of these objectives.
That they don't, buddy, and this is kind of what I'm talking about. The silent assassins, they come in, they get their bans against the other team, they get their picks, and they come and do the job. Now, Crash Out are going to lock in the Decidueye here for Solony, and it's so interesting that we're seeing more teams pick up different ranged attackers than just that Inteleon, mate. It's not banned, it is playable here. Solony's going to go for that Decidueye. Will it be Spirit Shackle? Will it be the Razor Leaf? Because, of course, a lot of ripability, but I think you need that secure, right?
I wish you could see my face right now because I'm so overjoyed to actually see a Decidueye, and I never thought that I would be. A Decidueye, and this is what I kind of tried to allude to before, range attackers have a very questionable, a large question mark placed over them if your name is not Inteleon or if your name is not Miraidon. In the last couple months of Pokemon Unite, range attackers just really have not found their place because either they're not doing enough damage, or they're too squishy, or they don't have enough movement to get in and around the current meta that we've got going, especially with Dodrio being so common, with Rapidash now coming to the fray, and now your Latioses and Latiases having that dash ability that does allow it. Being able to get in and out is going to be a problem. Decidueye is a fun one here because Spirit Shackle is so much, it has such two unique kits. Razor Leaf, so good because you've got bulky Mamoswine in front of you. The Mamoswine can't hit its moves, Decidueye is just going to shred you down. But now, damage, ice cream possibility coming up from Aura to really make sure that Decidueye gets every last hit and KO possible. So I'm really excited to see Decidueye come to the forefront in this game.
Yeah, I mean, looking here, buddy, the enemies, when they use this Alcremie, more often they're getting these wins. 9 wins and 3 losses. Blaziken is completely uncontested for them with their wins as we look to see who can get the first KO here. The boosted trying to come through, not able to find it on the side of Snorlax.
And we have a look at Crash Out GG. Also, Decidueye is uncontested as well. Zora giving them 4 wins and 1 loss as well. Pressure being put onside this top pad. Snorlax and Hooper also going with 1 loss each. So Crash Out GG have really come with their Pokemon that are performing best for them. And Little Swinub! Oh, feels the power of those little bow tie leaves on little Rowlet.
I gotta tell you, buddy, a Rowlet managing to take down a Swinub makes me so happy. That thing is so annoying in the early stages of these lanes. But the 850s are gonna be here. Combusken's gonna do their combo, pull all that to their side as we see Zeraora dashing on in. But it looks like they've gone a bit too far and overstayed their welcome as Lucario finds the KO.
I love the fact that we're also seeing an E-Speed Lucario. I didn't get a chance to see what Lucario was playing the last time that we saw it. I think it might have been E-Speed as well. I think I saw a Bone Rush come through. I have to confirm. But seeing an E-Speed Lucario be comboed with the rest of this team alongside Blaziken is going to be a problem. Alcremie is also dropping those sweets as well. So I think that's Decorate, unless Decorate is the other moveset. But Alcremie with that, just dropping any kind of heals on the map that Lucario can E-Speed or Blaziken can Blaze Kick to is going to be high utility as we turn our attention to these middle Altarias.
Yeah, right now, we're just waiting to see if we can go in and get some good damage through on the side of Matil, but they're not going to be able to, as we do get Quento finding their evolution and hunts them down. Back as Joy, you go, as Solony's going to try and see if these Spirit Shackles can provide a little bit of oppression so that Snorlax can at least get themselves out of there. But the enemies came out of that one feeling rosy, Lobo.
I mean, the enemies did a fantastic job. They split. One went bottom, one went top, and one just hit. They put it in reverse and just backed it on up. Decidueye had no idea which one to target, whether it was Paloswine, Alcremie, or I believe it was Mew. But actually providing the confusion from Decidueye is a fantastic job from the enemies. With E-speeding through all of those farm, Blaziken and Lucario are going to cause a problem inside this top half.
Still, though, we are not too far from the Unite moves here on the side of a couple of Pokemon. Of course, the enemy's preparing on the side of Blaziken. Knock, not too far away, but this is another reason why I'm quite surprised at picking the Decidueye over something like the Inteleon, because Azure Spy Vision feels like it has a little bit more to add, but right now, the lockdown is for the enemies onto this Regieleki. They use the overheat and they find it, looking for the KO onto the side of Snorlax here as we dive on in on the side of Clem. Has to back up now, though, because Serena is here and they will look for this KO, but not before Blaziken annihilates Crash Out GG with another overheat, and Blaziken goes in.
How do you like your vegetables? Well, nicely roasted, because Blaziken hit 3 people with that overheat and sent them all back to Nurse Joy. Cooking in the kitchen with Blaziken, and they are putting on a masterclass as Crash Out GG are going to try and take this Regirock for themselves. Enemies are going to take this Regirock for themselves. A defense buff on a Mamoswine, not exactly something you want to see right now.
Thing of nightmares, buddy, and you know, both objectives the enemies have managed to get there, and that is always going to be massive for your team as they've managed to give themselves a decent point lead so far. Looks like they're trying to see if they can take some of these auras away from Crash Out GG, but they may have exposed themselves here in the middle of the central area. Has to get out with the coaching on the side of Mew, looking for a good grab. Does their aura, but they don't find it just yet, and the enemies get themselves out of there.
Decidueye just looks just a little bit like it's a little bit hesitant to release the arrow. You do have 3 Spirit Shackles that you can store in one bounce, but look how much damage that did to just Piloswine. Barely a tickle, but did take a little bit of chunk out of that health bar. It's holding on to those Spirit Shackles for quite a while, probably just waiting to get something in, but you can't let a Blaziken to come get you. Discharge is going to go on. Zero is going to go in and out, but look how far Hooper has gone in. Mystical Mirage is going to come out as well. Electro Ball is going to hit the Decidueye. Plasma Gale going to hit from Zeraora. That's going to get picked up, put down by Mamoswine. There's the knock coming in as well, along with the Mammoth Mash. Decidueye gets sent back to the Ice Age, and the enemies ain't looking to make any friends right now. They're happy being the villain in your story as they get nearly a team wipe, and Crash Out GG have to turn their attention to somewhere else.
Yeah, I gotta say, it feels like these team fights they're struggling in at the moment, buddy. As you've called it, Decidueye a little bit hesitant to throw off those Spirit Shackles. Anytime I've seen Zera Aura try and go in, they haven't been able to affect the team fight at all, as we witnessed that there, buddy. But, you know, they're only at level 11. They're coming up against a Blaziken at 12, and then you've got Alchemy popping that Fluffy Cream Supreme. There's nothing that Crash Out GG are managing to do to win these team fights right now.
And they're getting isolated right now because look how low Snorlax is in. Just decides to go back in. You do not want to fight that Blaziken who's already a level 13. The last thing you want is have to go into a Rayquaza fight and try and fight a Blaziken level 15 because it will use those Fiery Fists of Fury to cook you as it heals itself as well. Snorlax is on low health here, but manages to get a score, and we do see another Reg Ice. I believe that is the 6th one. Can Crash Out GG secure? No! Mew managed to secure with an Electro Ball as it goes hunting for Zeraora, and the Queen has to make a quick exit stage right.
This is what I'm talking about, though, buddy. Every single time. Oh, Zeraora trying to go back home, but they can't as Alchemy finds the KO. Every time Crash Out GG are trying to make something work, it just doesn't for them, buddy, because the enemies find the answer. And look at that, nearly annihilating the entire team yet again. It is a mountain to climb for Crash Out GG right now. I know I say that a lot, but we're looking at Everest for Crash Out.
I mean, sometimes what you've got to do right now is just try and regroup, secure all of that farm. But what Enemies is doing really, really well right now is they are essentially suffocating Crash Out right now. Wherever there is farm on the map, they are there. Look at where Mamoswine is right now. Mamoswine has Quento has absolutely no fear, picks up Zeraora, puts them back down along with the combination of Mew right there. It doesn't allow Crash Out GG, even with those hard-hitting Pokemon like Zeraora, like Decidueye, to do any damage at all. Picking your battles right now, as we got 30 seconds going into Rayquaza, is going to be very, very important. Now, do they go for the full rip and try and rely on a Decidueye secure, or the enemy's going to see that and just push the fight into their own central area?
It's risky, and of course we do mention multiple times that when this T1 is still up, it opens up that area for backcapping, it opens up that area for instant scoring when you get that Rayquaza, buddy. So, you know, the enemies have to be wary about that. Both of their goals are up in that position, and they have to come up with a plan to defend them as well as defending Rayquaza. So, it all might be going your way right now, but there's a lot of work to do to keep the win in this game.
I mean, they're looking to go towards the top side for a cap, but look at where Hooper has stayed, able to call roll whenever they want, but there are two incredible secure Pokemon on the side of the enemies, and they've decided to go for the flip right now. It does not matter. They're still in the lead. They're still in the lead by almost 200 points. Hooper has gone on bound. Ice Fang has found Zeraora. There it goes down. Knock Knock is going to come out as well alongside the Mammoth Man. Look at where Snorlax is and Serena is. They're going to have an all-rounded duel inside the lair. Queenly ascended on to Lucario, but it does not matter. The Queen is dangerously low right now. They're trying to hunt Mammoth. The Mamoswine picks up a 2 KO streak. Mew picks up a KO on the Queen. 3 members down for the side of Crash Out GG. And anybody else but the God of Secure Blaziken is gonna take down the Big Green Dragon.
Listen, mate, it was the right plan, it was the wrong execution. I like it from Crash Out GG. We've got a Hooper. Go and score, and I'll bring you into the pit. A little bit too early on the Hooper Unite move, and also the scores weren't enough. I feel like they could have capitalized on more, but more importantly, as soon as they came through that Hooper portal, they split up. They had their own targets in mind, buddy. And that is what has been the downfall of Crash Out at that fight. They have to have better target selection when you're coming into that Rayquaza pit there.
No, I do agree with you 100%. Again, they could have used one score and then go for another score. They could have distracted. They could have tried and played some other game. To play the mind games with Hooper is very important, but I can also understand it's very difficult when you're that far behind. They were at, I want to say, like 40 points going up against almost 200 and something points as well. The enemies played that very, very patiently and did a fantastic job making sure that they didn't overextend themselves. But right now, right here, with 8 seconds to go, Crash Out GG finally getting some KOs on the board. Get those stats up as Alchemy is just littering this game with yummy desserts.
I tell you, buddy, the enemies, they come, they do the job, they go home, buddy. They are a very, very good team.
I mean, I don't usually not believe the things that you tell me, because you wouldn't lie to me. So I usually am there to believe what you say. Shout outs to Quento as well. I think that was a very, very strong Mammoth Swine game coming out from them, just in their face, making sure that Decidueye had to focus its Spirit Chakras onto them, and Lucario and Blaziken almost going unabated, because look at Quinto actually doing more damage than Lucario, because they were in that fight. They were right up in Decidueye's face the entire time. Those Mammoth Mashes were absolutely beautiful, stunning, and pulling everybody up, which allowed for the KOs. And I think we have a highlight reel for the enemies. That overheat from the Blaziken taking out 3 enemies. Whew, take that bird out of the oven. It's done.
We got confirmation from production as well, by the way. At the Rayquaza fight, it was 252 points to the enemies against 13 for Crash Out GG, mate. So you're absolutely right. They were well ahead of it on the side of the enemies. The plan by Crash Out GG was right. You know, it was the right approach. It was the execute that let them down, unfortunately. So how are they going to shake things up coming into this next game is the question. But again, I know Sonali had a great effort with that Decidueye. I just don't understand why Decidueye rather than Inteleon. I think Inteleon looks at Decidueye and goes, anything you can do, I can do better. It's got more crits. It's got better secure. It's got a Unite move that reveals everyone, and you can do more with it than Knock Knock, which is very stationary and doesn't do a great deal. I just think in every area, except maybe the Razor Leaf Rip, Inteleon is the better pick.
I'll be honest with you. I've been playing Inteleon a lot recently, but I haven't been playing Snipe Shot. I've been playing Liquidation and Acrobatics because I can just parkour my way around. And also, it's a point and click with a lot of damage that you can do on Inteleon. So just pointing that out there. Snipe Shot is not the only build that Inteleon has, because it does have another utility. But also, there are some other Pokemon, because I would love to see Alolan Ninetales come into the fray, just getting some stuns. Again, a double utility Pokemon with Dazzling Gleam, able to stun Lucario in its place. You get a little bit of added defense coming out from Aura Veil as well. A lot of moves that I think can be utilized in the right situation, but what is not going to be utilized is a Greninja.
No, rightly so. It seems like when you can take this Greninja away from Crash Out GG, they are on an even harder hill to climb, buddy, and it seems to be working for them. The enemies have definitely done their research as they ban out Charizard here as well, so they are going to allow through the Armarouge that they previously banned.
It's interesting to me what they're going to do, as Jamadu is going to pick up straight away the Alcremie. We love having dessert with our dinners, and enemies, they're eating well today after that first game. Really need to stop with the puns. Stop me next time, Tano. Please, I'm begging you.
I love them though.
But no, it's too much. But we're going to go with Snorlax and Hooper coming out as well. It's the same combo that we had that Crash Out GG were going for. Could we see just a complete run back? Because these are the same 5 Pokemon. Clem did very well in the Lucario before. Quento putting up an MVP performance as well. Oh, my little Lobo heart. It is so full. Because look at what Crash Out GG have just decided to pick.
I actually like the Mimikyu pick. I mean, you know, it depends what build they're going to go for, but I do feel like Mimikyu is one of those Pokemon that is so oppressive, mate, especially in the early stages. One of those Pokemon in this game that can snowball. So I do like the pick. It's just one of those where you kind of want to see what else the enemies is going to bring out before you go for it, but they are going to pair it with the Zacian here on the side of Crash Out GG.
To me, everything is going to hinder on the moveset that Mimikyu does decide to pick. Right now, Shadow Claw is preferable here, but also I can understand an argument being made for Play Rough. Play Rough an iframe move, and we saw with Zeraora, they could have used that iframe discharge, a wild charge move as well, to put damage on Quento, put damage on Revenge, put damage on Clem, but they just didn't go for it. My crystal ball is working today. My crystal ball is working today. But as I go back to what we're saying, Alolan Ninetales could be very, very useful here. The freeze stun, even if it does decide to go freeze build, Avalanche Blizzard, so strong with the AoE. Make sure that Mamoswine can't stick around too long in that ice, even though it's an ice Pokemon itself. Neither can Clem and neither can Blaziken. And that gives that an opening for once you get free stunned, you get heavy slammed, you get tricked, you get sacred sorted, and then into a player off to finish you off. This could work very well for Crash Out GG, but they have to play the combinations perfectly.
I'm just going to say, tell me the lottery numbers, bro. I need them, because that is some crazy prediction that you've just pulled out for Solony to lock in the Ninetales. You rarely see it, especially nowadays. I haven't seen it that much in this league at all, buddy, and I've been covering so many games of this league. I like it, though, especially coming up against those all-rounders that are going to be up in your face. Your Blaziken and your Lucarios. The pushback freeze combo, the Avalanche Blizzard combo for Alolan Ninetales is so good, especially when you have those trying to get in for the melee and the brawling. And you could even go for damage reduction on the Aurora Veil if you really wanted to. I don't expect it. But yeah, that's a smart decision, buddy. And I much prefer it to how the plan previously was with Crash Out GG.
I agree. I'll tell you this right now. Crash Out GG are playing 2 Pokemon that I have gold badges on. So my expectations are high, Crash Out. I have a feeling that this could be a much closer game, but it seems like enemies have just gone for business as usual. But Crash Out is already going to change it up with the way they're approaching this game, with a nice little cheeky invade from Snorlax. And if you have a look, Mimikyu has not seen play so far, but Ninetales coming up a win with more wins than losses, and now this is just stalling for time for Crash Out GG, as they're now going to try and take full advantage of what this Snorlax is doing, because it's gotten away with that blue buff, Tana.
It has, and breaking some ankles here as well, buddy. Just trying to stay around for that red buff to get weak enough for them to find the KO. The focus band was popped. They're going to take a nap here, but Quento will find the KO with that dash, and Snorlax has to get on out of there to the Pokemon Center.
Mimikyu is here inside that top path. Torchic is still Torchic. It hasn't hatched into a full-blown chicken yet with those fiery legs, but Milcery is going to find Mimikyu in that bush. We have not seen what move it decided to play yet. It is going for the Shadow Claw build, which means we are seeing a brawling type comp coming out from the side of Crash Out GG. They're going to try and push the pressure on this pad. Mimikyu is going to get a 20, and it is not stacking. It's got that Razor Claw plus the X attack that's going to prove very difficult to deal with. And I like what Crash Out GG is doing right now, Tano. They're going to make sure that exactly what happened to them is going to happen to the enemies, and they want to put pressure where it counts.
I actually love this comp from Crash Out GG as well, witnessing it play out right now. And Mimikyu is that call, buddy. They find one. They're looking for more as Snorlax dives over there, but they do find the KO, and Alchemy is now on the field. Crash Out GG makes the decision to go on retreat and try and get here for these 8-minute Altaria family spawning on in. Matil looks like they're going to go down, and they do, as Clem finds them, and now they look for the rest of the farm in the central area. Zacian goes in with the Sacred Sword. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything, and Clem tries to take them out. They're able to get themselves away as they continue to fight around this central area pit, Lobo.
The enemies have done a fantastic job to get back in there. Snorlax is just trying to keep everybody alive. Trick doesn't actually go on it to Snorlax, not going to be able to get it out. Zacian has to head back towards its pad. I want to say the only thing that Crash Out GG probably did was stay just a little bit too long, because Mimikyu did not have access to Shadow Sneak. When you pick up a KO on farm or an enemy with Shadow Sneak, it resets it, which means you can activate it again and get a little bit of heal. Beautiful perk done by Lucario as well, as we have an all-out brawl in this top path.
Clem is absolutely ridiculous on this Lucario, buddy. It's kind of illegal levels, the way that they're able to just disrupt everything that Crash Out is trying to do. Mew got away thanks to the power of Clem there, and those resets didn't come through as you were calling it, mate. This is a great game already, as Maine's looking to see if they can get some more farm here, get that Unite move. They're so close to level 9, buddy. They're going to get it, as Registeel is getting a bit of a rip on here from the enemies, and a good block comes out from Snorlax to buy a little bit of space here for Crash Out GG. We did manage to disrupt the overheat coming out from the Blaziken as well, thanks to the power of Play With Me, and that's Crash Out GG getting the Registeel.
A beautiful wait there, because they waited to go with Play With Me until Blaziken was firing up that overheat, managed to secure the Play With Me, then waited for the Alolan Ninetales to use that Blizzard combination to really make sure that they took Blaziken out of the equation completely. Inside that top path, even though that Regieleki has gone the other way, they're still getting points into that top path is Crash Out GG, and now they've decided to pick on the Alolan Ninetales because that AoE is proving to be too much to deal with.
Oh, that was such a good eject button as well from Ninetales, buddy. I'm so gutted that they didn't get away there, because that was ridiculously good. Snorlax could go down, but another great eject button gets them out, and they're going to be able to reset. That Lecky did go in, but the enemies haven't managed to capitalize on it, as they have to back up back to their pad here.
Yeah, and look, they're pulling out Houdini tricks right now. The Shadow Sneaks are working very well right now for Crash Out GG. Mamoswine pulling out the eject, but gonna find its way in. Mamoswine is still alive. Blaziken is on an HP and a dream, but the Fire Fists are gonna make sure that it heals right back up to full damage. Snorlax is gonna go chasing, but it has to be very careful right now. But Alcremie popping the X speed to get to Blaziken as soon as can be. That is the kind of supporter you want to see. There was urgency in the way that they pressed that X speed.
It's ridiculous how good this game is turning out to be, mate. It's so close as we hit the 5-minute mark. The comp that Crash Out GG have gone for is really working for them. And of course, the enemies is the enemy, so it's always going to be a very close game. As we have 15 seconds before this bottom Reggie spawns on in, the enemies are prepared for it, but just under this 5-minute mark, we're still looking for Mamoswine to come on the field.
Yeah, Mamoswine is still a ways away from getting, but nice pick on the Ice Fang from Mamoswine. The Shadow Claws are going to come out. Hooper has decided to go unbound. The stuns are going to be used to play with me onto Lucario as the Aura Cannon does come up, but Mew with a big Solar Beam manages to send Mimikyu back to the Pokemon Center, and now they're trying to make sure there's the Blizzard that stopped Blaziken from securing that overheat, but there's a 40 about to go in. It was a bait. Blaziken is moving and grooving, schmooving and swimming all over the place with those Fire Fists, but now the attention has turned to the objective. It is another Regice on the battlefield. They're trying to take down Milcery. These heals are just too much, and Ninetales pays the price.
Mimikyu looks like they're going to go down here as well as Blaziken connects. Snorlax managed to get themselves out of that position, and Blaziken is going to fall from the Snorlax. The rip is still on. The Regice is only half health, buddy. They have bought the space they're looking for, though, and Quento finally gets the Mamoswine on the field as they look to approach this T1 goal. Alolan Ninetales is ready here to push them away, but that Ice Fang is going to connect, and that annihilates that poor Fox. Now they can get a massive overcap in this T1 pack.
I mean, that was a great Earthquake to try and just stun Alolan Ninetales away from trying to do whatever it needed to do. This is a much better game coming out from Crash Out GG, but you can see the brawl style that they're trying to go with alongside that Lucario and Blaziken is just too much to deal with. If this Mimikyu and Zacian can try and get a few combos working together and use the Hooper stun to really stop Lucario from E-speeding through their entire team, just like that, and then gets caught out once again. The brawls are coming in. Mimikyu decides to go on in. Play With Me has to come on out, but the Aura Cannon makes it survive. The Heavy Slam comes on in as well. Lucario is back up to full health already, but the freeze is on. Can they freeze Lucario? No. That dog just has too much movement, Tano.
I mean, they said cats have 9 lives, but Lucario has infinite. Clem is so difficult to take down. It's just crazy how much that vertical dog can deal with as we try and get a bit of a rip here onto the side of the Regieleki from the enemies. That's what they're looking for. Snorlax booted away. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Alcremie for the enemies, buddy. How did they get that secure? Doesn't matter, because the rest of Crash Out GG has been annihilated. Just the Ninetales and Hooper to defend this T2 pad.
Blaziken going down after getting a 2k aerial streak, but now Crash Out GG have to deal with this Regieleki. Gets pushed away by Alolan Ninetales, which is great, but now Quento is stuck, but again, a beautiful eject button, and Quento did their job perfectly. They took Crash Out GG off of their base, and with Regieleki being so close, it walked in. And now they have another problem to deal with. There's 110 points between these two teams. Snorlax is about to go to Nurse Joy. It's 5v4, 220 to 110. Can the enemies sweep this 2-0? Crash Out GG could bring this back. They are playing a marvelous game too.
You know what? I feel like they haven't done it, but I'd have gone for the fight there, buddy. Having Snorlax down for like 10 seconds, go for the 4v5, knowing that you have your defender on the field. But of course, they are winning. The ball is in the court of Crash Out GG. It's them that have to make the approach here, and they've got to make something work as they try and catch out Mamoswine, but they're not going to be able to. They're just happy to absorb all of this on the side of the enemies, because that recover is going to continue to come on out from Jean.
Oh, that's a beautiful catch there on the Mamoswine. Caught between the wall and the Theosky Ruins. Ruins as well, and the ice, there was a lot of damage, but Alcremie just healing it right back up. 1 minute left to go on the clock. Have they caught out Mew here, and they've decided to brawl it all? Unite moves are flying Mystical Mirage into the big birthday candle cake coming out from Alcremie. Play with me was not effective as Alcremie picks up a KO on Mimikyu as well. Snorlax caught out in No Man's Land. Alola Ninetales gets caught with the Solar Beam as well. Hooper finally coming unbound, trying to do something here, but this combination of Alcremie and Blaziken's gonna make sure that it's a sweet night for the enemies.
Yeah, it looks like Snorlax isn't going to get away either, unfortunately, having to bounce around wherever they can to get away from Mew, but the boosted is going to come on through one beam, and that's going to be goodbye to them as Jean looks to do that and provide that assistance as they rain down these recovers, buddy, just so that Mew can stay around. The dancing from you here, Sovereign Sword comes out from Zacian, but it doesn't matter. The enemies have done what needs to be done to take this with a 2-0 victory. But what a way to try and bounce back from Crash Out GG.
Absolutely. Take absolutely nothing away from Crash Out GG. That game 2 was an absolute statement that they had the ability to come back, and they played very, very well in that game number 2. But just the suppressive ability that you just get from Clem and Revenge, not only on Blaziken and Lucario, but the combination of Janwa and Quento as well. Quento was the quintessential front line. The amount of times we saw ejects into Earthquakes, into the Ice Fangs to pick up Solony on that Ninetales, to pick up Matria on that Mimikyu as well. It was just a problem. Quento played brilliantly, and ban that Mamoswine, man. Take it away from him.
How crazy is it though when you have a team that can rely on a pick like that, right? It's like with Durare, you know, they've got their Trevenant that they can lean on. Quento is here with a Mamoswine that they can lean on. It's so good because they're not the typical defenders you expect to come up against, mate. And it's worth a treat for the enemies every time. I'm 100% with you. Quento is my MVP because I feel like they were the engage there for the enemies, and it was so difficult for Crash Out GG to handle them that the rest of the team they couldn't even think about in those team fights. So you pair that with Jean providing the assistance with the Alchemy, and then you've got the nuisance of you with the Mew coming in as well. What a great team the enemies are. The Silent Assassins continue their victory success.
I just want to point out for Clem as well, Lucario actually taking more damage than it dealt, which usually sometimes we wonder what's going on there, but we saw Lucario extreme speed their way in and out, in and out, in and out every single time. Clem was just unable to be taken down at all. And then towards the end of the game, we also saw Jumma, and Jumma was pretty much stuck to Revenge on that Blaziken the entire time. And the Flaming Fist of Blaziken, man, just being able to get in and out, the high skill cap on that Pokemon, shout outs to them. But Crash Out GG showed that they weren't going to take that lying down very quickly. They played very well in that game.
I liked the comp from Crash Out GG,
I did.
And the response that they had. I mean, game 1, it was very difficult for them, but to come out the way that they did in that game, they should look at that with pride. I mean, the enemies are the number 2 team here. They're the second seed here in this league so far. Crash Out GG are in 9th position, I believe. But what a way to respond. I loved the adjustments that they made. They knew the style that the enemies were going to bring at them. They're very heavy on this melee style, and they answered with it. It was just such a great play at the Rayquaza from the enemies.
And the switch to Ninetales as well, I think, was key for that comp. It didn't really allow as much free movement as the enemies had in game number 1. And you can see with the damage that Ninetales was providing with that AoE. Also, Quinto had to be very, very careful not to get caught in any of that AoE stun. Otherwise, it could go down. Again, great on-the-fly adjustments. Jump out on that Alcremie. That is disgusting. I know you're a cake, but that is disgusting. Just have a think about that, will you?
I mean, it's technically cream. And that's exactly what they did, buddy. We are getting prepared for an interview here. I believe it's going to be with the enemies. We'll have to see who it's going to be on the mic. I'm hoping for Jean. I wanna ask about the recover.
I'm hoping it's Quinto. You're hoping for Jean. I'm hoping it's Quinto. I want to talk to him about that Mamoswine. I need to. Someone needs to set him straight. That is not okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's crazy effort, buddy. And I just love how confident the team is, mate. I mean, imagine a game between Ultimate and the enemies. I think that would be a brilliant game. But no, it's going to be you, the awesome Mew. You on the Mew. That is going to roll off the tongue like an absolute treat, buddy. Hello, you. Welcome in. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello, hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we
We
hear you.
do.
We hear you.
Let's go. Yeah.
Tano, you
I
want to kick off the question?
I mean,
Uh,
one. Are you good?
Okay,
One.
you can do it. Yeah. I'm good.
Good,
Excellent.
good. But I mean, you were dominant on that. I mean, obviously very comfortable on the Mew. You are very comfortable on the Mew. That is going to be so frustrating. But where does that confidence come from? Because Mew is very difficult to sort of stay out of that damage range, isn't it? But we saw you drop so much damage in that and managed to stay away from quite a bit that they were trying to shut you down with there, buddy.
So basically, Mew is like my main, so it's obvious. But I play it only when I need to focus for real. Else, I play other Pokemon to have fun. But I started playing it because there's someone named Smashy, and it was when the Mew meta was there, and he was forcing me to play Mew because it was during the LFPU season 2, I think. And I was forced to play Mew, and then I started to enjoy it, and I played it a lot. But I love to play this Pokemon, but I don't play it as much as that because I prefer to play other fun things like Fallings or something like that.
Could we see? Phalanx is actually very interesting. Not a Pokemon that we see a lot of. I hope we get to see your Phalanx. But my question was to talk to you about your team comp. You stuck with the same comp throughout that game. So you went with Alcremie, Mamoswine, Lucario, and Blaziken. I want to ask you about Lucario and Blaziken. That combination was working really, really well for you. Why do you think these two Pokemon synergize so well with your comp?
So I think Lucario and Blaziken are like safe picks. So if you take them, you're sure to not do a bad game. If you take Lucario, you're sure to not in the early. So that's why we made them take it. And
I mean, if I'm picking Lucario, I'm inting early no matter what. That's just a given.
Same.
But actually, when you're a main Lucario, it's hard to completely lose the lane if you play it well, because the pick has a good early and a good mid game. So it's quite a safe pick. It's like Mew. I think my Mew, it's more like a safe pick because I don't know what will happen in the game. So I always have an escape. It's the same for Lucario and Blaziken. And for the comps, I don't know how we synergize because we never scream, but we pick the we pick the meta. It works like that, and that's all. We just have fun together in Invoke. And I heard you wanted to hear Kanto. I think next interview he will be happy to do it. But he's he's really fun. He's an extremely fun guy. Out of nowhere, we don't know why, but sometimes during the game he's just laughing his ass off, and we don't know why, but like that. There's something that makes
I can guarantee you one of the times is when he earthquaked in, picked up Ninetales, and then popped Ninetales onto two other people. And I can guarantee you, as someone that plays Mamoswine, there's nothing more satisfying than an eject into an Ice Fang. So again, Mamoswine was a great pick. Alcremie is the one that was a little bit interesting for me. What do you? Because you were playing the different moveset to what I'm usually used to seeing with Alcremie. I don't remember the name of the moveset where you just drop all the little cream puffs, but there's also the other move, Decorate, right, which gives you an extra attack because it goes onto your allied teammate. Was there a reason that you went with the two movesets with Alcremie that you went with for the last two games? Any particular reason as to why?
I think the thing is that just this moveset is broken. If you look at the game, sometimes I was full HP and just I eat some cake. I don't know why, but and I recover literally all of my HP. So I'm like, oh, okay, then let's fight again. But it's just broken. And to be honest, I don't really know the effects of the spells because like I'm not
Okay.
someone who read the spells, things like that. So I'm just playing because
Mate,
people tell me to play.
you're one of my favorite players, bro. I mean, it seems like you're having a lot of fun as a team. You said you don't scrim, but the enemies seem to be a team that has come in. You're quietly confident, is what I've been saying. You seem to just come in, do the job, and go home. But how long have you been playing together? What's it like to play together? Because it seems like you seem to really enjoy it as a team.
I mean, okay, so for the story of that team, it's I don't know if you know him, but it was ZVBT, a guy who was playing a lot with Clem and Jean-Mi and things and all the others. And he asked me in MP to join them. I first said no because at first I didn't want to play the league. I'm sorry to tell you, but then I joined, and he started being quite mad for any reason, so we benched him. So they kept me in the team, so I started really to play with them like for this tourney because I didn't really play with them a lot before, but I know that Johnny, Galaxy, and Ward were in team together, so of course they know each other and it's easier for them. But me, I'm just having fun. I play the picks I want to play. If I tell that I want to play something, they trust me most of the time, and that's all. And yeah, we're having a lot of fun. And yeah, as you said, we're pretty confident. Like even against Ultimate, we know that we would win easily, but it wasn't the case. But no, we lost 2-0. It's bad from our side, and we really played really bad. But I hope we will beat them later. But I know they are really good. And Phoenix improved a lot, by the way.
Cool.
I have to say that he's really, really good now.
Any other questions for you, Tano?
No, but it's been a pleasure having the interview with you. It's been a pleasure, mate.
Thank you so much for joining us, It was a fantastic game. Congratulations on your win. I can't wait to see you guys play again. So congratulations to you guys. And I love the attitude that you guys have. Just the idea of having fun, laughing your ass off in games. This is exactly the way I think Pokemon Unite should be played. So thank you for joining us. Is there anything you want to say to the viewers in chat before you head out?
Yes, Pyro, I love you, and that's all. And goodbye, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, we appreciate you taking the time to come and chat to us. I think we are also going to get a quick break. We've got one more game for you guys as well. Tano and I will see you very soon. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, trainers. All good things come to an end, but before that, we've got Banana Peelers versus Swama Squad. Lobo, this is probably one of the games I've been so hyped to see today, because Banana Peelers are quite high up in that ranking, and Swama Squad are a new team coming on in.
I mean, I'm actually really excited to see them. Look, it's always hard for a new team to come on in and kind of just go up. I know they had to go up against the first place winners as well. But Tyler, do you want to take us through Banana Peelers real quick, like?
Absolutely, like Chari King, Loratushi, Torn, Indigo, and Cree again are on the face of it. Looking at their accolades, we've got plenty of top 8 UCSs. Team Sweden in EUEC for Chari King here. Multiple top 4-5, top 5 in regionals here for Cree again as well. Top 8 the Tone. Just a really well-rehearsed team, and most people will know these players.
I know exactly what you mean, man. Seeing these players is actually quite strong, and seeing all the players that have come through and seeing how they're placing in UCSs and all of these cups as well, I'm super excited. But we've got Swama Squad right now on your screen as well. We've got Firestar by, we've got, oh my god, we got Vonamane-san. No. Is that it? And I'm gonna go with that. Vono. We've got Vono. We've got these players just, it's always me, man. It's always me that gets the difficult names. We've got Duran Kirill and we've got Panda. See, the last one was easy. But these guys have got multiple top 17 finishes in UCS for this year. They've got the 17th place finish last year for April Cup. And again, I want to see they're starting to grind it out, which is great to see. Getting a 17th place finish is not easy at all, especially in UCS as well. And being proud of those place finishes should be exactly what you want, because they're starting to build some momentum. They're getting this experience in these competitions. But take us through some of these picks for Banana Peelers.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, Banana Peelers, they've got quite a lot of flexibility themselves. And as we've already seen, these defenders that are coming out that you're not used to seeing that much nowadays, Trevenant, Mama Swine, Crustle is the #1 for Banana Peelers. I love it, mate. I love it every time they use it. 100%, 6 matches. I mean, even looking at the Buzzwall, the Alchemy, and the flexibility they have with that Inteleon, Banana Peelers, very strong team here, buddy.
I love the fact that we have a Crustle on that, and it's at 100% win rate. Let's take us through. We are going to go, I think, right into the game. Banana Peelers are going to be on your orange side. Nope, on your purple side. Swama Squad going to be on your orange side. Super excited to see what these picks are going to be. Not excited to see what these banned picks are going to be anymore. But Ghatlue is going to be picked up alongside my favorite Pokemon, Mimikyu, on the ban phase. They just don't want to deal with a Mimikyu, buddy. What's wrong with these people?
Well, I mean, maybe a little bit of research, mate, or maybe they saw how that previous game went, because Crash Out GG had a great effort with that Mimikyu. Looking at the rest of the band, Suicune by Banana Peelers and Ho-Ho by Swama Squad. What's the first lock-in here? Cree again is the defender player. Are they going to go for the defender, or are they going to go for a heavy pick, usually the Snorlax or the Charizard here?
I mean, Snorlax was a great pick. I mean, when you said heavy pick, I thought you already assumed what was going to come to. Panda and Duran have the option to go for a nice combo here. We usually do see these two picks get picked up as a combination duo. Lapras is going to make its debut for week number 6. I'm really excited to see Lapras, and I'm also excited to Blissey also coming up to the forefront. I think we've seen only Blissey played one other time. Miraidon is a Pokemon that has not been picked as much as it used to get picked, but from what they're hovering over from one mage to another, this is kind of what I want to see. I want to see them exploring with more attackers, and you know what? I'm just gonna get my heart broken.
I'm with you, buddy. I was hoping for the cram around there.
I was hoping for the cram.
I was like,
what? To see the cram.
Why are you picking that so early? But still, I was hoping for it. Swama Squad are building the kind of comp that you'd see back in, a couple of years ago, buddy. Like, they've got some strong front line. Blastoise is going to be in the field, and they're going to get Mew on that back range damage. I expect they're going to range this out with a Speedster as well, but Banana Peelers, they're looking for their own range damage here, buddy, and it looks like they're going to go for the double.
I mean, this is really smart, because if they lock in that Miraidon and the Raichu, a Speedster here goes very, very hard into this comp. And I can see why that they would want to ban away a Mimikyu, because a play rough Mimikyu into that backline is dangerous. But also what Vonama has decided to pick, thank you so much for shortening that name. Vonama has picked up the Leafeon, is going to be just as dangerous to deal with. Charking and Laura have really got to be on their toes. Buzzwole can be a wall in that front line, especially when you pair it with a trick.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. By the way, we had confirmation. The only team that Swammer Squad have played against so far has been Ultimate. And of course, they actually took Ultimate to a very close game in one of them, from what we've heard, buddy. So this could be a very exciting set. I like the comp that Swammer Squad are bringing out here. But having said that, the Miraidon and the Raichu are not the easiest range attackers to catch, Lobo. They've got quite a bit of maneuverability, especially if you go for the sort of Electro Drift from Cherry King. And hey, look, Charge Beam is what we expect, but you never know. Electro Drift could come out.
Electro Drift into a possible Surf Blastoise is just, I mean, do you not like having a good time?
He's built different, bro. He's built different. It's Cherry King. He's built different.
Okay, look, I'm gonna trust you on this one, but also with Alola and Raichu as well. If we are gonna see the Electro Ball moveset, it's gonna be very, very hard for Leafeon to really get as much maneuverability going through. They've also got the blocks coming through from Snorlax, so key point right now is just to really make sure that Leafeon does not get hindered. But also that front line of Lapras as well. Lapras is now apparently very, very strong in this current meta. It is a Pokemon that a lot of people are having problems with dealing with. It's a tanky Pokemon as well. And combine that now with a Blissey and a Blastoise, you're going to be being pushed from one side to the other, whether you like it or not.
You have the Squirtle Squad in that top side trying to put a bit of pressure on the Buzzwole, but they're not too far from being able to take most of that farm away. Down here in the bottom side, Swarmer Squad, they're getting off to a good stage here, buddy. They've got 10 stacks in, but it looks like Mew is going to have a difficult job getting themselves away from here. They do with the eject button. Miraidon has a worse time as Leafeon finds the first KO.
The audaciousness of that Lapras to just walk past Snorlax and Miraidon to go and take a Citrus Berry, then come back and take a KO. I mean, what are we seeing in that top path? Look at the Electro Balls just stacked on top of each other, as now Banana Peelers are having a little bit more luck in that top path.
Yeah, they've got level 5 on the Buzzwole now, buddy, so that's a pretty good power spike for putting the pressure on in this top side. Squirtle has to be backed on up, but luckily, Swarmer Squad are managing to do the same in the bottom lane. We do talk about trying to alleviate that pressure. They've managed so far, but this invade of the central area is going to go to Banana Peelers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Raichu is not a Pokemon you want to let. Oh my goodness, and not Pokemon you want to start letting start to snowball. But on the opposite side, they're not just gonna let Banana Peelers have their way. But here we go, Leafeon picking that up. Squirtle Squad is the Wartortle Squad right now. Those sunglasses gonna provide some shade from the heat that Buzzwole is packing inside this middle area. So I'm gonna go for a heavy slam, and the Charge Beam and Solar Beam off is going to go to a stalemate.
Just don't cross them, buddy. We've all seen the Ghostbusters. That's not what we want to see on Fair Sky Ruins, but the pressure from Banana Peelers is going to continue to come through to the side of Swarmer Squad. But in these early stages, I'm liking what I'm seeing. It seems like both teams have got some aggressive plays, but they're trying to alleviate the pressure, and it's working for both of them as we're about to hit the 720s coming through. Not far off Unite moves on the side of that Raichu either, mate.
I like what this Raichu is doing is just putting the Electro Balls right where these Altaria is about to spawn. It means that nobody can go in and just challenge for those. Leafeon got all of its health demolished by what just happened there, and so did Lapras. Now, this is what I was going to say before. Leafeon has to be very careful. This is where they're going to have to start making the plays to get around behind and taking out that Miraidon and Raichu.
The rip on the Regirock is here, though. They've dropped down the Thunderstorm Aerial, so Raichu's not going to have that for the rest of it, but no worries. It was uncontested as they try and defend the T1 pad on the side of Swarmer Squad. Leafeon sees the Snorlaxes coming their way and thinks, I'm going to vacate this bush. And it seems like a quick rotation from Banana Peelers to get that central area and get up in this top lane, Lobo.
Like, look, Blissey is just left inside this top path, wasting its eggs, trying to out-secure a Buzzsaw. Probably not the best decision that they're going to do. Solar Beam is going to make sure that indeed he does not have a good time. But right now, it seems very timid between these two teams inside that bottom path. Buzzsaw is taking the complete opposite approach and being very, very aggressive on pad. Blastoise needs to get online. We still haven't seen what moveset they're running here, Tano. But with Raichu here, they're... Strava Squad is not being very aggressive towards many of these objectives.
No, they're not. They're pretty much allowing banana peelers to get them uncontested, mate, and that's not great. Emerald two-step is going to come through here, not even able to pick up the Raichu. Mew has to do that, and Lecky just teetering on the edge here as Wartortle's trying to stay in the way. They do manage to find Buzzwole. That's a double KO, but they all stand off the pad. Lecky's getting so close to going in here, and it does. They've got 27 points. They can rein on in. Banana peelers extends their lead.
What I noticed is Leafeon, a nice little execute there coming up from the Electro Ball on the Mew as well. Mew is proving to be the difference between these two teams. I want to see this Leafeon start to try and use a little bit more of these lines. We're seeing it go very straight, head-on, directional, but to get around, to take down this Raichu, to take down this Miraidon as well, which is causing a lot of the damage problems for the side of Shaman Squad, that Leafeon has to start acting in a way that it's going to start playing that assassin role just a little bit better. It's a 181 to 69, not an insurmountable mountain yet. Everest has not been fully erect once now, but again, just the damage coming out from Miraidon is huge.
It is, and it feels like they don't have the answer on the side of Swarmer Squad yet. Has to be that Lapras coming out with the Express here, trying to get that stun. Leafeon needs to try and see if they can get in there with the Emerald two-step, but the Meteor Storm is going to rain on down as Miraidon uses the heavens to open and explode some of those Pokemon, but Leafeon finds the secure, and that is massive for Swarmer Squad. They needed that global experience. Blissey has to vacate that area because Buzzwole is going to find that KO, but no, they do get Blastoise out of there, buddy, and Swarmer Squad get back to their pad and back to their home.
That is exactly what they needed to secure that objective. Unable to capitalize by scoring is probably going to be a little bit frustrating for them, but they have to play the game that they're playing. Leafeon did a fantastic job securing the objective, going around, picking up a KO or two as well. Mew is doing a fantastic job just piggybacking off the damage that the rest of their team is doing and using Electro Ball for those executes. Now, this is an interesting one because Shawarma Squad is not showing face for this objective at all, and it goes fully to the side of Banana Peelers. But it looks like Shawarma Squad, they just want to play their game, but Snorlax wants to get a score of 40 to take care of that tier 1.
Yeah, you see, this is why we're seeing Buzzwole approach this pad now, because they know that they're going to try and defend that T1 down there. So they're like, where else is the team going to be, mate? Because they're going to have to defend that Regieleki, which means 3 of them at max can be down here on this pit. We're trying to see if there's an approach for Banana Peelers to take. They're going to rip down the Lapras. The Express has to be used just to get back to their pad. No Citrus Berries for them to get that healing through. And that's going to be a vacate of that fight for Shawarma Squad.
With that tier 1 being only on 4 points, anything could break it. And again, there's no pressure being put on Miraidon or Raichu at all. They are completely free to do whatever. Right now, Leafeon is just, it needs to get around Tano because otherwise there's no way for Shawarma Squad to get in. And Mew is going to feel the brunt of that as now Banana Peelers take a numbers advantage inside this bottom pad.
This is crazy, but it seems like any time an approach goes to Banana Peelers, they just lock them down. The Miraidon, as you've said, completely uncontested. Raichu even more so. And it feels like these team fights are very difficult for Shawarma Squad to come out on top of. They're trying to defend everything on Fire Sky Ruins. Blastoise is still up in that top side. We are 25 seconds away from Rayquaza. They've got themselves a Registeel buff on the side of Banana Peelers, and still, Shawarma Squad are a team that are split up right now, making a single approach onto this T1 pad. Not what I was expecting to see.
Blastoise is playing almost an all-rounder type moveset. It's doing... It's going solo at the moment at every stage. I like Leafeon's positioning here, but it's going to be found out by that boss one. It's going to get pincered here before that Rayquaza even spawns. And Leafeon taken off the map before the Green Dragon even shows its face. And Banana Peelers have completely pushed Shaman Squad out. Can they try and secure? Because now Blastoise trying to isolate the Buzzwole here. The Hydro Typhoon is going to go. A beautiful eject to knock up 3 people, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Buzzwole is living on an HP in a dream as Cooper decides to call roll. Buzzsaw gets sent back to see Nurse Joy. Snorlax is on HP and Tree. Lapras is doing what it needs to do as the bright future meteor storm rains down. Lapras sent Miraidon right packing, and Leafeon is back now, and Shwama Squad might have turned this one around.
This is crazy, buddy. They've somehow ended up winning that team fight. Thunderstorm Aerial goes down, but it seems like the KO comes through on Snorlax Swarmer Squad. Every time that they get some KOs, it seems to be working for them, buddy. No Hooper, no Snorlax right now. They have to watch out for that Raichu coming back in. They have to do something, though. The ball is in their court, buddy. If they can pick up the Buzzwole again here, they have to take this fight, and they have to take it quickly now that Buzzwole has a 20-second spawn timer.
I mean, 49 seconds on the clock. Shwama Squad know that they're behind. They have to either go for the rip. They have to assume that they can secure. There's no Unite moves for anyone on this side. And now they're starting to go in. Blastoise has the Disrupt, but the damage coming up from Miraidon is just too much. They cannot put any damage on this Regieleki, as well as Blastoise has now been cornered and gets taken down by Raichu. Snorlax has turned its attention to Leafeon as it is trying to go. Leafeon might go down here. The Solar Beams are raining. 20 seconds to go. Banana Peelers just need to keep Shwama Squad out. And now with Snorlax capping, I think that is going to be game number 1 to Banana Peelers.
Yeah, there were times, I mean, it seemed like Swarmer Squad were just so sort of playing their own game, buddy. A lot of them were so solo. It didn't seem like there was much control throughout that game. I mean, of course, coming into that Rayquaza fight, how they managed to find those KOs and actually win that first engagement was impressive. But we've called it. There were multiple times that they were Pokemon on the side of Swarmer Squad that were solo when they should have been stuck together. When you are 10 seconds away from Rayquaza, you should not be up in that top path all the way on the side of Banana Peelers without your team being there. It just wasn't the play.
I mean, we saw it happen, and again, this is you said they were new to this. They're still learning the game, which is what I'm gonna assume that Shwama Squad are doing. They're learning how to come through this. It just felt like there was a little bit of indecisiveness coming out from the side of Shwama Squad. They managed to come back into that Rayquaza fight, but then as soon as they did, they backed off. Lapras Panda on that Lapras did a fantastic job backing off Laura and Chari on that Miraidon, so much so that Chari had to use its Unite move, the Bright Future Meteor Storm, whilst it was backing to its tier 2 to make sure that Panda couldn't get the KO. That was the moment when I thought, okay, now they need to rip. But Shwama Squad decided that they wanted to go for more KOs. I wanted to just say that the timing, understanding the timing of that game was probably not there. To be able to rip with Leafeon, Blastoise, even a Lapras as well, is definitely on the cards considering how low Banana Peelers was. What happened to my camera? I'm so zoomed out.
The zoom.
Hi, everyone. Oh my god, I don't know what happened.
Anyway.
Is that
there
better?
we go.
I don't know what happened.
I was too busy thinking about how they were going to play in the next game, and then I just saw you proper zoomed up. Oh, that got me off guard, buddy. I was not expecting that as we go on into the next ban phase here.
I can't. I can't.
Banana Peelers are going to continue with the Mimikyu Suicune ban. Latios and Ho-Ho banned out by Swarmer Squad.
I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened, but we will continue on as back to full professionalism. We're just gonna go for the Hooper. First up, Hooper has been a very, very consistent Pokemon going through. Shwama Squad's going to go with the Blissey and the Snorlax once again. I'm curious what Banana Peelers might do in this instance, just the regular Pikachu being hovered over. But we know that unless you get to that final seconds, it's better not to make a suggestion. Buzzsaw was doing very well in that game for Banana Peelers, as Curry again looking to hover over Umbreon.
Yeah, I think this is very much a Banana Peeler style of comp so far, buddy. They're going to try and run back a similar style that they previously just had. Swarmer Squad, are they going to shake things up a little bit, sticking with the Blissey and the Snorlax here? Blissey, to be fair, in that previous game, Duran had a great amount of healing. They really did manage to keep their team in the fight. Garchomp is an interesting decision, buddy, because Garchomp takes a lot of experience to get to the stage that you want it. It's very much a late game Pokemon, but you kind of need it to win that top game battle.
I mean, again, I agree with you 100%. Blissey here, we saw it go for the egg moves before, Tana, but a helping hand safeguard could be better here to stop Buzzfront from picking people up and putting them back down. Same with Charizard. Charaking could go for the double punch combination where it does provide a stun coming through as they punch him back. The helping hand could be very, very helpful here, as we also see Blaziken come to the forefront as well. I like the shift right now. This looks like a lot more aggressive comp coming out from the side of Swarm Squad.
It does. It really does, mate. This is going to be an exciting game. Charakin's locked in the Charizard, though, so that's going to be great for these team fights coming up because there's nothing there that's going to stop that raining on through, buddy. Because, yes, Blissey does have a healing-type move, but it's not a group healing-type move the same way that Clefable or Alchemy is. So that means Seismic Slam is going to work in these team fights, and it's absolutely going to rain down a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting here because Garchomp and Blaziken both have the ability to move. So does Snorlax, so does Mewtwo. So Charizard is not going to be able to get a full group, I want to say, damage on to these teams if Swarmer Squad make the decision to completely just separate once that Charizard Unite move does come through. Charizard Unite move, a very, very good Unite move, but what is the best counter to the Unite move? Just run. Just leave. Just like, why are you there? But again, I want to see from Sharma Squad this time around a little bit more urgency coming out through some of their plays. There was a few instances there where even heading on into the Rayquaza fight, they just let a Registeel go for free. And a lot of the times they don't have that suppressive fire coming from a Rhydon this time around, but they still have the Electro Balls that they have to deal with. And Pikachu, Alolan Raichu has to be dealt with.
Yeah, it felt like they left all of those objectives for Banana Peelers to get. I don't think they contested one until Ray, mate. It was a little bit crazy. We've seen with the objective secure stats that we get from the amazing Deoeva that makes the difference between winning and losing games. If you're taking all of these objectives, you are going to have a much easier game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just the stats that the Reggies provide. It's the field presence that they provide. It's the advantage that they provide. So even being able to take a Reggie in a bot lane, like we talk about, a Reggie Rock, that defense buff helps so much to control the flow of the game and the way in which you want it to go. We've got a fight inside this top path. Gibble could go down here to a Buzzwole. Blissey needs that helping hand to really help Gibble get online. But as soon as it evolves into that Gabba, it does become quite a contender in that top path. But scores going in, 9 versus 2 early. They want to score quickly and often.
It does feel like the Gibble's going to rotate down bottom here. They recognize they have to get farm and they have to do it quick, and that Buzzwole matchup is not going to be a good one for them. Umbreon has rotated up as well. They're looking to get their quick Evo, and Swarmer Squad kind of doing what we saw in the previous game. They're going to go down to this bottom lane. They're going to put pressure there. Banana Peelers have come all the way up here, and they're going to do the same. We are at 49-46 right now, Lobo. What a close early game this is.
And that was a beautiful thing that we just saw as we swapped off. Blissey actually managing to secure with one of the best secure moves in the game, which is Pound, get its evolution. I was a little concerned a little bit previously that Blissey would be level locked and Evo locked here. As it is now, they are pushing on. Mewtwo is here to help out. And again, we are seeing Safeguard, so we will see Helping Hand come into play. And that's going to be even better when you put it up against a Mewtwo. Wow! Nice takedown from Garchomp.
Yeah, Combusken managed to get a couple there as well, but he pushing them up against the wall. So Swarmer Squad, they have answered the early oppression that Banana Peelers was bringing them. There's the Altaria families coming in now. Buzzwole trying to decide, do I want to go for this or do I not? I've got level 7, but that is a lot of Pokemon. Gets back to their pad, while Snorlax and Umbreon are going to continue with this defender fight off in the bottom lane.
It's interesting seeing, I think it was a mean look coming out from Umbreon as well, looking to isolate any members on the side of Shawarma Squad, which is actually going to be really helpful for Buzzwole as well to get their hands on any Pokemon right now. Also, you have to understand how well Electro Ball does pair with mean look because you can't move inside that circle. But here, Banana Peel is going to put the pressure on as Buzzwole just punches a Blissey away as the Dragon Claw combination pushes Buzzwole into that slow zone and takes the little bug out and sends it back to Nurse Joy.
That was a great combo coming out from Shawarma Squad, utilizing that Gabite for it. Really good KO as well, because it's level 7 on the side of that Buzzwole. So now they actually have more levels on the side of Shawarma Squad, buddy. Level 8 on that Garchomp. Blaziken's ready with their kind of Unite move, and Registeel is on the field. Now getting a bit of a rip on the side of Banana Peelers. They're not wary though. Panda is in the bush. They have now been spotted. Looks like Registeel will reset before they do manage to get the KO onto it. Blaziken trying to see if they can come in and get close enough for that secure. They've been put into the mean look. That will expend though as they try and dive in with the eject button, but Raichu gets there first. Registeel captured by Banana Peelers, and they get a Blaziken for their efforts.
This is an important thing. Raichu was very, very key in that fight, putting down the Electro Balls and then firing them with the Thunderbolt as well. The damage was there. I thought the Overheat was going to secure. We don't see a lot of things out secure and Overheat, whether it was just a mistime, but that Electro Ball Thunder combination putting damage as well as securing the objective. Nice play from Banana Peelers. I want to say Shawarma Squad is putting up more of a fight in this game. It's a lot more back and forth. It's a lot more even. Garchomp, the levels, like you said, a lot more going in the favor of Shawarma Squad. But Banana Peelers are playing patiently. They're not letting Shawarma Squad affect their gameplay.
That Regieleki is going to be uncontested again by Shawarma Squad. I would let this in. You've got 6-point overcap. There we go. Great play by Shawarma Squad. They're going to allow that and open up the extra experience in that top lane for themselves to take. But Banana Peelers are not going to let that go lightly, Lobo. They've got to find some way to capitalize on what just happened. If they can take farm away from Shawarma Squad here, if they can find some KOs in that bottom lane. Bit undecisive by Banana Peelers, though.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what to do here. Buzzwole is just hanging around its own thing. Nice Blaze Kick there to isolate the Umbreon, but it comes back with its Unite move as well. Charizard picks up a KO on a Snorlax. Umbreon gonna make sure that Wish comes back as quickly as it can to keep it alive. Fantastic play for Umbreon to just survive. Chucking a mean look right onto that Garchomp is probably what you want to do. And it does, as Umbreon does manage to get away. No, but the stun comes out from Blissey with one of the eggs to make sure that Umbreon gets sent back and has to retreat as we have another objective very close to spawning right now inside this basement path.
Yeah, it seems like Shawarma Squad want to show for this one, buddy. They're going to get a 40 dunk in the T2, though. Rings are left loose on the side of Banana Peelers. They're going to get the 80 dunk through and call their team, but Shawarma Squad have found the KOs. Buzzwole gone, Umbreon gone, looking for the Hooper here as well. They have got the Registeel locked in, and it feels like the Seismic Slap could come through, but they're not going to use it here, buddy, because if they do, and there we go, they could defend the pad. They're going to look for the KO onto Snorlax. That comes through, and the mean look on the Garchomp finds that double KO for Banana Peelers.
I think that was a very smart hold of the Charizard Unite move. They could have used it to secure possibly the Registeel. It looked like that was what they were going for, but I think the smarter play was understanding that maybe that Registeel was just out of range for you. Let them try and push onto your pad, and Charizard's Unite move, a very, very good Unite move to defend a pad because, as you saw, it worked a treat.
Yeah, no, it did, mate. This is the kind of thing that Charizard Unite move is for, isn't it? When you've got a full team put in one area, and you know they're going to be trying to stay in that area so they can get those scores in. That's just a treat for you, really. It's kind of putting it on a platter for you. Right now, Banana Peelers are going to get this Lecky as well. Shawarma Squad want to let them do that so they can push this T1 pad, but the defense of Charizard and Hooper were not expected, so now they're going to back on up. They have pulled away Banana Peelers from that Lecky at the moment, but they're just going to go score anyway, knowing where Shawarma Squad were.
I mean, I don't know if this is a lack of respect for Regieleki or not seeing the utilization and the value of going for a Regieleki, but if this is going to go in now, Banana Peelers could hold this off. They could hold this off for a long time, but it looks like they just want to take it off the board. Again, with Shawarma Squad not even wanting to contest this Regieleki, it didn't feel like Banana Peelers really needed to spend the time to do that quickly. Doing that before Rayquaza and putting even more, I want to say, map awareness pressure onto the side of Sharma Squad could have been a better play, and really just put more pressure on different parts of the map, especially at that 2-minute mark. But right now, Banana Peelers, they're cruising. They're going well with a Regirock right now. Heading on into Rayquaza is going to be very, very good for them. A defensive buff going on in. The damage that Garchomp and Blaziken as well as Mewtwo are going to be able to do is going to be nullified for a short while, but the aggressive stance of Snorlax is great there. They know exactly where Banana Peel is going to come from.
I just don't understand why Swarmer Squad don't want to go for any of the objectives, buddy. A Regirock buff now coming out for Banana Peelers as they're going to push on in, and it feels like it's one of those where they haven't quite worked out how to play as a team around these objectives. Because again, we had some moments where they were isolated, and we go on in with the Snorlax. They're going to dive on in with the Garchomp as well. Seismic Slam is going to come on through. Bliss Assistance is going to do enough to keep them in that fight, though. They do find the Umbreon. Livid Outrage connecting. That Thunderstorm Aerial has connected onto the Blaziken as well. Looking for more here with the Overheat Kick. Can they take Charizard down? No, they managed to get themselves out. Blaziken had one mission, and that was to take down Charizard, and unfortunately, they get KO'd looking for it, buddy. Swarmer Squad are going to have to reset.
I mean, they're going to go for a 50 dunk inside the top part, but Raichu is there alongside that. It has the range to stop Mewtwo, and there it gets taken out as well. 1 minute on the clock, and now Garchomp has to do what Garchomp has to do. We've got the helping hand, but there's no safeguard coming through because Blissey is playing eggs, so the rip and the damage is not going to be quick enough. Charizard just putting on the flames. Blaziken cannot go in. The safeguard's not going to be of any use right now, as Blissey is going to get charbroiled and toasted. And Blaziken, even though you may be a god of secure, you can't secure anything if they're not going to do the damage for you. And Blaziken is being haunted by the entirety of Banana Peelers.
Damn, that is a tough game for Swarmer Squad to come out of, buddy. Now, Banana Peelers, they just got to be patient with it. Even with the back caps, you're not going to be able to score enough to win the game now. 20 seconds left. Not enough time to rip the objective and score points as well. It's difficult, but I think Swarmer Squad are going to get some great learning from this game. Banana Peelers are one of the strongest teams here in the league so far. They are joint second. I think they're actually like third, but of course they're all around that same record, buddy. So this is great experience for Swarmer Squad to have a look at these VODs and see how they can improve. And I think they've got a bright future ahead of them, buddy, because already the way that they recognized how game one went and to shake things up in this second game, it was a great response from them.
They start off really well, and of course, us seeing things from a top-down view is going to be completely different as to how teams see these things going on during a game. Whatever they see is going to be completely different to what we see, and so, hindsight being 2020, being able to see the whole picture gives us a lot more understanding. But when you're actually in that game, when you're actually in that mindset, some of the things that we say might not cross minds. They might not make sense in that time, place, or being. We don't know what goes on. But again, props to Swarmer Squad. They put up a much better game number 2. And like you said, going up against some of the joint top teams in this game, we saw the enemies and how cleanly they were playing games there. We're seeing Banana Peelers go right now. Watching these VODs back and seeing how they could do is probably for the better. And it's just going to keep this learning experience going. But Banana Peelers playing a very, very comfortable game. Congratulations to them for winning our final game of today's stream and today's broadcast.
Yeah, what a great approach by all of these teams today, buddy. But yeah,
absolutely.
Got to keep learning, got to keep improving. Banana Peelers, they've been one of my favorite teams in the entire league, mate. I've been saying it for weeks and weeks. I love the way that they play. But
enemies is now just, it's just
I think I'm with you.
It's just there.
It was so fun.
That interview with you and just the chill nature and just the idea of that, players just having fun and laughing their ass off whilst playing the game is just, I think, how this game should be played and how this game should be treated. And when you're at that level of playing this game, that's exactly what this game is. It's just fun. So this has been an absolutely fantastic broadcast. Tano, it was always a pleasure to cast with these events with you. But we got some thank yous before we're going to get ourselves on out of here. You want to take it away, buddy?
Yeah, I think even before that, buddy, we're going to have a look at the standings as they currently are. Because, no worries, our amazing production team have been able to go and keep these updated as we've been going on, buddy. So, look, Ultimate there, very comfortable. They've not changed their position, but the enemies and banana peelers have extended theirs. So have Cafe Martin. Yet again, that second all the way down to fourth is ridiculously close with just one game between all of them, mate.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to see how that's going between those top teams. Again, we'll have a look at between 5th and 9th place, between the 3-3s and the 3-2s going through as well. Mi Familia 3. So it's going to be an interesting next couple of weeks because we are halfway through, buddy, getting through all of these 14 teams, and the top 12 go through to our next stage, which I'm really excited to see. But I cannot wait to see Ultimate play, and I'm really excited to see the eventual clash between the enemies and banana peelers.
That is going to be great, buddy. Let's have a look at what week 7 schedule looks like. What are we going to be bringing you for the next week as we try and get that prepared for you? And of course, I'll be covering some of these games as well on Wednesday. We try and get the ones that can't be on stream covered over on my own stream. That's going to be the plan. Let me get this info up. Production has prepared me with it. There we go. So, I'm going to be covering Los Duros versus Ultimate, plus Ultra versus the Victory Road, and Azeri Esports versus Oblivion. And we have next... Oh, wait, they're the ones that we already covered. So, they're the ones that I'm going to be covering on my stream, and then we'll have some more action for you on Saturday. And, Lobo, how has it been covering your first European League games?
It's always been good. I mean, that's so underwhelming. It's been fantastic, in all honesty, to see, honestly, you know, from when regionals take place to when Worlds happens, there's always seems like there's a little bit of a lull when it comes to Pokemon Unite. But these grassroots tournaments, these leagues that we get to be a part of, that these players get to be a part of, keeps us in the action. It makes it seems like the season hasn't actually ended just yet. And seeing the continuation of these players to keep growing, to keep learning, seeing new teams come through, seeing new teams form, seeing their progressions through these style of tournaments is always fantastic. And this is my first time being here for the league. I hope to be back again because I've had such a fantastic time and I can't wait to do it again. But Tana, I do think we have a schedule for week 7 matchups, if you want to take us through that real quick.
We do. Thank you so much, production. So, on week 7, we have Banana Peelers versus Oblivion, Shaman Squad versus the enemies, Azeri versus Ultimate. We've got Crash Out GG versus Do You Like Pineapple, Los Duros versus the Victory Road. We've got Game Crash versus Mia Familia, and Plus Ultra versus Kathy Du Martin. Now, having a look at all of that, Lobo, there is plenty of opportunities for upsets. We've got teams that are in the top side of this league going up against teams in the lower side of this league. So definitely chances for some upsets, right?
I mean, I'm just looking at Shaman Squad versus the enemies because right now we found out that Shaman Squad did have to go up against the first aid team, Ultimate. They've just gone up against one of the 2nd or 3rd seed teams in Banana Peelers. And now I believe they're going to go up against the 2nd seed team in the enemies. And that, I mean, if you needed a trial by fire, that is the legitimate definition of the word. It would be like if a very fresh, brand new team had to go up against Nouns, Gen 5, and Coma Esports in the same group. You know, it's just like Shaman Squad are going to get so much experience out of this game, and I wish them well. I as much as I have just enjoyed listening and watching to the enemies, to see Shaman Squad maybe take a game from them could be fun. That's just my, you know, fantasy drafting as a caster behind this desk. But I'm so excited. I actually just really want to see Ultimates play one game because I want to see what kind of stuff that they are cooking, having gone undefeated 6 weeks into this season.
Yeah, no, 100%, buddy, and very confident they are. Now, we've got a couple of shout-outs to do before we get out of here, chat, of course. We've got an amazing team behind us here. It's not just these beautiful faces you see on stream that bring you the European League. We have our amazing observers, Bina and Rosanda here. We've got our admin, Dwayne, and our incredible producer, Shivam, who it wouldn't be possible for any of this without, and of course, Dio Eva providing us with those incredible stats that we brought you earlier on. Now, do remember, we are on break next week because it is the World Championship Series for Pokemon. Pokemon Unite will be there. It will be front and center, and they will have an incredible production for you. So we will be back on the 23rd of August. Yes, it's already August. It's absolutely ridiculous how quick this year's going. But yes, that is going to be it from us, matey. So thanks for being here with me, Lobo. I absolutely love casting with you, mate, and it's great to get you on this European League with me, mate.
It is my pleasure, my friend. It's always a pleasure being behind this desk with you. Thank you for having me. And again, my shout outs to every single person involved in this production. I guess that's going to be us, Tano. Let's get out of here. See you guys later. Have a wonderful week, night, day, wherever you are. We love you very much.